What's going on, guys? We are live. We are live for the weekly OMG It's Derek podcast that you can watch live over on Twitch TV every single week. You can get there by going to omgitsderek.tv. omgitsderek.tv. You can also find it on all of the podcast platforms, iTunes, Spotify, all of it, whichever one, Stitcher, that you use. You can find it over on those platforms as well by searching for the OMG It's Derek podcast. Let me turn down this music just a touch, Tonight's podcast, I'm joined by my friends Codations and Wolf are joining me tonight on the podcast. How you boys doing?
Hello.
We're doing well, sir. How are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Before we jump into the podcast, let me turn down the music just a touch more. I got a couple quick announcements that I want to make. And then we'll jump in. Chit chat with the boys. So first and foremost, the podcast will be moving to Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time live. So that's the actual live broadcast of the podcast, which again is over on Twitch TV, which you can get to by going to omgitsderek.tv. Again, like I said, though, the podcast is now available on all podcast platforms, including iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, all the popular ones. It's there, so you can find it there. Or you can watch the video version over on YouTube. Currently, the video version is just you just see me talking, but we are hoping to get some graphics designed for the podcast in which we can have different some of the people with me webcams up and showing as well. That way you can see everybody that's chatting. The second announcement that I wanted to make is we just did a huge revamp on our Discord server, the OMG It's Derek Discord server, which you can find by just doing a search inside Discord. It is a discoverable channel which you can join. We added a lot of new different channels and stuff, a lot of different categories for people just to chat in. We also, of course, have all the different voice channels that we normally have. We added a bunch of cool bots and stuff. If you know Discord, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, no worries. But for those that are part of the gaming community, definitely check out the revamp of the Discord server. All right, with that said, let's jump in. All right, so how you boys doing? I know we kind of did introductions, but everybody have a good week?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. I had a good week. I just got back from spending since like 7:30 this morning till about 4:30 this afternoon, moving my aunt into my grandma's house on a farm of like 7 acres.
Oh, damn. That sounds
So
exhausting.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. We got there. It was a massive shit show. we got there. They knew that they were going to do this for over a month. Of course, the aunt didn't pack anything up before anybody getting there to help her move stuff. So then, everybody's helping pack boxes at this point and not move stuff as planned. So then it turns into, instead of it being like a 2-hour thing to 5-6 hour thing, because now we're packing boxes and moving her at the same time.
Fuck that, dude. My dad's a minister, which I know I've mentioned to you guys, but for also people listening, my dad's a minister, so I have a lot of experience as being a minister's kid of having to help people in our church move. And I don't know how many times we would go, and literally all we're supposed to do is like go over and help them move the stuff from one location to the next. And how many times we'd get there and nothing was boxed up. The house was still set up like the house just was. Just not even started boxing up. So it ends up, we spend the whole day, from we get there 7, 8 in the morning till 8, 9 o'clock at night, just basically moving, because a lot of times it was people that, older women and stuff that were, widows or just unmarried or whatever. Or a lot of people with health issues, things like that. But they were supposed to have family that was supposed to help them, box things up and get stuff ready, but just didn't have a truck or something. But then just nobody helps them at all. And then, we kind of get stuck doing it all, which sounds like now that I'm saying it out loud, I feel like I'm bitching about it, which I am, because it still sucked doing it. But it was, it's also nice helping people.
Yeah, but
I was younger at the time. I didn't like helping people as much.
Well, yeah, dude. No, I totally get it. But like for me, dude, I mean, I was expecting, do you know what I mean? Like the wife and son was back at home, it's a Saturday, I day off. I was expecting to get down there, spend, 2 to 3 hours of my time, you know what I mean? And then turn around and come back home because it's like a 50-minute drive from my house.
Mhm.
So that's what I was expecting to do, So I freaking leave here, like 50 minutes, get down there about 8 o'clock. And then like I said, as soon as I get there, nobody's there but me. I'm standing around. My grandma's got some breakfast for me, so I'm eating, talking to her, which is great. I love that interaction. And then, yeah, dude. And then it tanked from there. Then we show up at my aunt's house, and she's got nothing packed, and she's known over a year or over so many months, and oh yeah, it was just a joke.
Princess says, "Geez, yeah." Like I said, I've been there. It sucks, but it's very nice that you were able to help your aunt and stuff and help her.
Oh
out.
yeah, oh yeah.
Karma always repays itself.
Yep, it repaid itself with a spinner bike, by the way, for exercise for my wife. So.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Then I'm sure she's gonna like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I actually want to show you guys what I've been doing for the last little bit.
All right, let me see it.
Do me. Well, you can actually show the audience if you want. Pull up Steam, look up Yakuza Like a Dragon, and play the first video, and just show the people this absolute silliness.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the store. How do I spell it again?
Play a video on stream.
Yakuza Like a Dragon? Is that what it is?
Yes. Yeah, it's probably on your first page. Like came out.
View page.
We're about to play a video. What if we get copyright ban here? It's got to have music.
I don't think we will for a trailer.
I don't. Yeah.
Normally they.
I can't remember who it is. Is that Wolf? Who is it that always suggests videos or pull stuff up, and then always has?
No, that's Ryan.
No, that's Ryan.
All right, let's take a look. Like a Dragon.
All I wanted to be was a hero.
Bridget says that's Ryan. Laugh my ass off.
This would be a fun place to get into this series if you actually like.
Yo, these graphics look good.
They're amazing. But yeah, this is a good place to get into this series because it's a brand new game, brand new story, brand new main character.
He's done.
So, well, let me watch the trailer first here, and then I'll ask you a couple questions here.
A dream is what
I'm
keeps
the lyrical gangster.
just like you wanted.
Shit, that might give me copyright strike.
Let's start a brand new age of heroes.
Brenda says the Yakuza are actually pretty nice. Don't lie, yes, we multiply. Yo, this actually looks sick, Wolf.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It is ridiculous. They're great games. I love them. It's just, like I said, I'm not sure if I like this one because it is a departure from the other ones. But at the same time, like, look at the shit that is going on. What the?
I know.
You can tell us what the hell.
What the?
This man a diaper.
Huh? Get this man a diaper. Weird Zanium brilliant. But it is laughing my ass off. Shrimps, diapers, and breakdancing. An RPG like no other. Yo, I'm actually super interested in this right now.
Like I said, I definitely recommend any of them. Like the whole Yakuza series is fucking amazing.
I'm not gonna lie, I've absolutely never heard of it. But that's interesting to me though. That if it's actually a good game, why is it like I don't know? I feel like it's not popular or something.
Yo, all right. So I have several questions, but first, what did you say? Can you repeat that, Codations? Because I was turning off the sound. I didn't hear you.
Oh, no worries. I was just saying that, with it being a good game, you know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised that it's not more popular, or like I haven't heard. I mean, I guess I haven't heard of every popular game.
What are the ratings on it right now? I know it's new, but
it's overwhelmingly positive.
Overwhelmingly positive. Okay.
Yes, and if you look at the rest of them, the ones that have ended up on the Steam page, like the rest, there's a bunch of them on there, but they're all like that. They all have ridiculously good ratings because they're amazing games. The problem is they're one of those kinds of games that's really, really hard to quantify.
What do you mean quantify?
Because, well, they're not action RPGs. Or they are basically action RPGs, but the problem is once again, an action RPG means so many different categories. Because the game, you are stuck in a city, you run around in the city and do things, but so many of the things you do don't have any correlation to anything. They're just things you do.
Yeah.
And then there's this storyline that's completely and totally serious. Like they always try to make it very, very serious, the main story. But
Mhm.
then you'll be walking around and you'll run into someone and end up in a storyline, a side story. And the side stories range from just as serious as the main game to absolutely batshit insane. And I
So-
mean that like in the silly sense. Like you saw
Yeah.
the people in diapers. I bet you that's
yeah,
a
yeah,
side
that was
story.
hilarious.
You end up running into a bunch of people that act like, big babies. And you end up joining them for a little while for some dumbass reason. I guarantee it.
So it's an action RPG. Who's the developer? Do you know who makes this?
Ryuga Gotoku Studios.
So what number is this in the series?
It's technically 7, but I think they're actually
7,
up on like 8 or 9 because there's been spin-offs and a couple of remakes.
Wow, I can't believe I've never heard of this game.
If you want the very first one, they just did a remake. It's called Yakuza Kiwami.
Nah, I'd rather just play the newest one if I get it. to
Well,
be
no, I
honest.
mean it's a remat. Like they've kept the main stuff, but it's actually just as good. Like it just came out like a couple of months ago.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's really not a couple of months ago. It was like last year, but still.
Yeah, I'm adding this to my
Very
wish
new.
list. I'm actually super interested in that. So
But yeah, like I said, 7 is a good place to start because it is a new character, new storyline, new everything. The thing that's weird about it is this one, the combat is actually a turn-based RPG kind of thing.
okay.
Like all that silly shit happens, but it's all in like a sort of like it's a pseudo turn-based kind of. Like I said, it's hard to explain.
okay.
Like it's weird. The old ones, they were more of a you run into a battle and it still takes you to another room, like another place kind of.
Yep.
But then you just fight people with like, your usual hack and slash style.
So is
Like square triangle. to
have
do
you been
combo.
playing it then already?
I've been playing the hell out of them.
Okay.
Well, I've been playing this one for about a day and a half. I haven't even gotten out of like the tutorial stage yet.
And what's your take on it so far?
I love the things that I always love about these games, but
Which
I'm
are?
not the silliness and
Okay.
just the characters. Like the characters
It's
are
kind of
so
making me
good.
think of what's that game that's like Saints Row. It's kind of making me think of that. I mean, I know it's not an open world like GT, but how it was always
Yeah,
that was
would
like
be what
built around silliness and stuff. And
that would be what I'd point to you if I was going to say it was for the side missions.
okay,
But for the main story,
it's
it
a
is very
serious
much
RPG.
the main story is, like I said, it's very much like hard-boiled, like the crime dramas. Like that's what the main story feels like. Feels
Okay.
like a hard-boiled crime drama about horrible shit going on. But it's like I said, as soon as you go off into the side missions, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And I will say the new main character is fun, but I'm already missing the main character from the old ones.
Yeah. Well, it might be different if you've
I
never
mean,
played it. Like someone like me
well,
that's
yeah,
never played the
obviously-
series.
Yeah, obviously it's just a matter of I've known that character for over 7 games. I've gotten used to him, but
I mean, that's why I loved the Borderlands series was the silliness of it all.
oh yeah,
Like that's what made it so fun to me. So I'm
Dude,
actually super
Borderlands, bro.
interested.
Speaking of Borderlands, dude,
Yeah.
I would absolutely, this is completely side note, but I would absolutely be down to live stream some Borderlands co-op, dude. I would even be willing to go to the first, the second one, whatever.
Yeah. Well, me and Wolf's done them several times, unfortunately. So I don't know.
Uh,
We
I
did.
mean, to be
Wolf lost
fair,
his character.
yeah. To be fair, I could get into it if we wanted to do another run with the DLC. I
Okay.
could get in and play, but at the same time, like
you guys
I'm not
have you
sure I
guys played
really
the
care.
newest? Have you
Well,
played
we'd
the newest?
probably have to. Yeah, we've played the
Yeah, the
newest.
third
We
one.
did.
Yeah,
We did a
that's the one we
playthrough
beat.
before the deal when it first came out. We did it. Then there was a glitch at the begin, like at the end. Like we were almost done with it, and Wolf lost his entire character.
Yep.
What?
Corrupted.
Yeah, it corrupted. Like the save got corrupted. It was something that was when the game first came out. So then we never really played it after. We finished beating it. He
Yeah,
just
we
made a new
finished it.
character.
I played like a level 5 character and the boss at the end of the game.
Yeah, so it was kind of stupid for him, but I wanted to finish it. But
Yeah.
I haven't played it since the DLC came out. I know they also added in stuff like I was watching Summit 1G play it, the other day. He was doing it was a sponsored stream, but they added in that it's like a what's like Fortnite in those battle royale type game,
Oh,
but it's
God.
against but it's different. It's against computer. Like you just run around and there's a storm that's moving around the map and you got to avoid it and you got to kill all these enemies.
Yeah, that
But
makes
then you can also like the items you find, you have to get like if let's say you find a good gold item, get a drop, you have to get it over to an extraction point to extract, and then you get it in the main game.
That's kind of neat.
So it's like a way to get legendary
Yeah,
items.
They've had things like that in every one of them, though.
Yeah,
You know,
but I
like
just
the
mean it
creature
looks pretty
slaughter
cool.
dome
And
stuff
it's like one death. So like if you die,
yeah.
you lose everything. You don't get to keep any. Like it's like besides whatever you extracted out.
Right.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, so I was hardcore. I played the first Borderlands and the second Borderlands, and the second one is where I did like every single achievement possible. You know what I mean? I tried finding every skin, every little boss that I could find
Yeah.
or take on. I did everything, and then I did not play the third one at all until
You
I'm
mean
gonna
the
say,
prequel or the third one?
No. So I played the prequel, but I
Okay.
only played through the story mode. I didn't do anything extra. I didn't do any of like the weekly
Yeah,
stuff.
we didn't like the prequel. I don't think we ever finished it, did we,
I
Wolf?
didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
hated
did.
Well,
it.
I didn't play
I
with
didn't.
you. I think
Okay,
you
Yeah,
played that with Tony.
maybe.
Yeah, I didn't really care. I didn't really care for it either. Just basically coming off of, in my opinion, coming off of Borderlands 2, it did not live up to the Borderlands
not at
2,
all.
title. And so there was that. So I only played through the campaign on that. I didn't play any extra. I didn't sink any additional time for a lot of the side quests. I just did the main storyline. And then I played 3 about, I want to say like 4 months ago, and again I didn't even beat it. I played through the third one, and the reason why I didn't was just because I was running with a friend on co-op on Xbox.
Mhm.
And then we just lost connection. He had other stuff going on in real life, and then I just didn't play on console. I was hopping on PC anyways, doing YouTube stuff. So I never finished 3 or anything, but it seemed to be decently good. Like it was going back.
I
to
thought
like,
so. I don't know. Wolf can give his opinion. I'll give mine first. I thought so. I was the same way. I played the first one. I played it with a friend, just at a friend's house. Or no, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me backtrack. I didn't play the first one first. I played the second one first. What had happened was I went into a GameSpot. What the fuck their store's called? GameStop. Shows you how long it's been since I've been in one.
Yeah.
But I went into a game spot, right?
Stop.
Stop. Jesus.
Listen, I'm surprised you didn't say a Blockbuster. That's what I'm surprised.
I went into a GameStop. All right, come on, dude. I'm not showing my age here now. I went into a GameStop and I was just looking for like a game, like just anything, and I like saw it, and it just so happened that like I went in and they had it being demoed on the machine, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like looks super fun. And this was back on Xbox 360. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm going to buy this. So I like go up to the thing. I'm like, yo, I want to buy this Borderlands 2. And they're like, oh, no, it's been it just came out today. They're like, it's sold out. It's already been pre-ordered. All we have is well, yeah, but I don't even know how or why or what, but I convinced the guy to give me somebody's pre-order. Like I legit like I'm like, dude, you gotta give me I'm like, dude, come on. Like I don't know how. Like I didn't give him anything. Like I didn't give him money. I didn't. But somehow I convinced him to just give me somebody's pre-order. So somebody didn't get that game that day that they were supposed to.
I don't know that you got a pre-order. They do usually have a couple of copies laying around ready to go.
Well, I don't know. He told me it was
I've seen
somebody's
people go-
pre-order.
Well,
He
it
might
could've
have
been-
told you
it could've
that
been-
shit, but
I was gonna say either that or it could have been somebody's pre-order, and like maybe I don't know, maybe it was something like they didn't pick it up in time or something, so then they were gonna put it back on the shelf. So then they were just like, okay, well we can do this maybe.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyways, I ended up walking out with one even though they had said they didn't have any. So then I took it home and I fell in love with it immediately. I played that shit and I just played like the co-op where anybody could join in. And I bet you I made like 20 new friends off of that game and we were just playing it all the time. And I bet you I put in 200 hours in that game. I mean, it was like a Dead by Daylight game for me. Then the prequel came out, like you said, and I just was like, oh, this sucks. I'm like, they weren't able to live up to the hype. So then I went back and played the first one, and it was good. I actually preferred the second one over the first one, though. I know a lot of the diehard
I agree.
Borderland fans are like, "Oh no, the first one's the best." I think even Wolf likes the first one the
No,
best one, if I remember right.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. But I thought 2 was, but then 3, me and Wolf, I enjoyed it. I mean, I thought it was good. I thought it went back to its base. It doesn't have the newness factor Borderlands 2 did because it's the same system. It's the same, but I like the new characters. I like the storyline. I thought just overall, I thought it was really good. So I mean, and to be honest, I mean, if Wolf's down to like do a brand new playthrough of it, I mean, I'd probably be down to do it. We do like Saturday nights or like Saturday live stream playthroughs or something.
Yeah, and like for
I-
me, like for me, I would agree with 100%. I ended up enjoying Borderlands 2 the most out of all of the Borderlands. Like again, I didn't finish 3, do you know what I mean? But like I was still enjoying 3, but for whatever reason that magic, like when I played Borderlands 2, I was a siren class. That was who I was. And I built my character all around support, right? Because I had like a team of three players, I think 4 players full time that we played together on PC for Borderlands 2. And like I said, I was full support. So like I would, would phase lock, my teammates, which would heal them instantly. I was able to, grapple, enemies across the map basically for them to kill and do additional damage. I was full on support and I loved playing the class.
Yeah, she was cool in the second one because you could also revive dead teammates with her ulti.
Yep.
With
Yep.
her,
Exactly.
phase lock.
Yep. And like I said, that's kind of how it was. And then yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just really liked 2. And like you said, maybe it was just the newness factor, you know what I mean? Like maybe that's part of what it was, because I just was so in love with it. It was brand new. It was something cool and unique. And then like you said, I absolutely think that the developers for that game have done a fantastic job with those characters, man. Like the funny cutscenes, do you know what I mean? And the funny things that those characters do is ridiculous. Like Tina, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I love Tina in the second one.
Insane, bro.
Yep. She was a good. And that's what I said. I think they did it again in 3. It doesn't have that newness factor, but I don't know. Wolf, give your opinion on 3. I mean, you played it all the way through with me.
Okay, so for me, the storyline for all 3 of them is fun as hell. I enjoyed the hell out of it. My problem has always been the gameplay. I fucking hate looter shooter. That Diablo, like any of those games where it's just about the pick up new guns, do they have better numbers? No, throw them in the bin. Pick up new guns, do they have better numbers? Throw them in the bin. I get so bored with that after a while. But I played through Borderlands because I liked the game, like the story. I liked the characters. They were fun.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that persisted in all of them except for
Prequel.
the prequel, because the characters sucked.
Yeah, in the
It's like
prequel,
you had the choice of, you can listen to Claptrap for the whole fucking game, which I can only handle him in small.
He cracks me up.
He's fun for a little while, but having him be your character, that noise. Like I'd hate that. And then the other characters just didn't have anything going for them. Like we already knew them because they were characters from 2 that had just been repurposed into main characters, and none of them were that interesting.
Yep.
And then having Jack as the main character, like fuck that guy.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah, I was about to say they built up the entire Borderlands 2 where you absolutely hate Handsome Jack, and then all of a sudden they pop out a prequel, which I know is a prequel. I get it, but it's like, I freaking hate this guy. I don't want to play this, you know what I mean? This Handsome Jack character. And then the other thing is, like you said, like going back to the weapon system or the loot system in Borderlands in general.
Any of them,
I would 100% agree with you. I talked about a lot about this to another buddy of mine who played Borderlands with me back in the day on 2 and 1, but I wish there was that the legendary weapons were not as
with
common.
scale or something, so you could just keep them.
Yeah.
That
Well,
would
what
be
I
nice
was
too.
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. What I was gonna say is like, even if they didn't scale, right? Like I was gonna say, like, what if they just would make it where it was super rare? Do you know what I mean? Because if that was the case, then you would, you know what I mean, you would appreciate it a lot more. Like when the little bit of Borderlands 3 that I played, I ended up running like some boss mission in the very beginning or something of, you know, one of the early quests. I got a legendary, and then I used that same exact legendary almost all the way through the entire game because it just absolutely shredded. It was the fire auto rifle or assault rifle or whatever, and it was like literally like the best rifle that you could get according to like.
Is that the one that like as you're firing it, it builds up speed and then it becomes like a
Correct.
freaking mini
Correct.
gun and fucking just rips through everything?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I mean,
thing's broken.
Yeah, super broken. And because I got it, you know, early on, I feel like it was ruining it for me. Do you know what I mean? Because I didn't care about loot anymore. You know what I mean? Like every time I collected something, even other legendaries, I would swap to them, test them out, and then I'm like, oh yeah, but this gun shreds the enemies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Well, I will say,
is this?
yeah, I will say for me personally, I've never played any of those games for the loot system. I agree. I'm not really.
Yeah,
I don't. So to me, I guess it doesn't matter because I mean, like I think it's cool that there's all those different guns and stuff, but I really don't. I mean, I don't go out like I've never like we play them and I play through them and you know again, Borderlands 2 I played a lot of, but it was never playing to try to get better weapons. I like to try to get all the legendaries or anything like that. I just enjoy the game.
well, no, I never tried for anything like that.
I would say
either.
it
I'm
would
just
be
saying,
cool to maybe see them
maybe.
build it out as more of a RPG aspect. Like maybe instead of all the, I mean, the guns are cool, but maybe like something like, you know, and I mean, this is nothing similar, but in like, you know, Fallout or some other RPGs where you're like building onto your weapons. So like maybe you find components instead of just a bunch of guns that are done, and like I don't know, you can change components on them, I don't know, but I mean,
I don't really want to see that because
No.
Borderlands has got its own thing going. I get it. Like, I'm not going to whine about the system itself. It's a fine system. I just don't care about it.
yeah,
And, like, I don't want to see every game become the same thing because it kills games when you do stuff like that.
true,
It's
yeah,
like I said, I enjoy playing the game and I love the story. It's just I don't do looter shooter stuff. I'm not that interested in it. Like, I
Right.
can put up with it. I did
hmm
for 3 fucking games.
yeah.
Borderlands to me, like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love the loot system. I don't like I love the craziness of weapons, right? Like I love how
Mhm.
like you can literally pick up a rocket launcher and it's like poop launcher or something. I mean, and it does like this weird different ability that other ones don't do, right? Like I absolutely like that. And then not only that, like I love the, you know, the different mechanics, you know, like what was it? I think it was in 2, right? That was a Jacob's weapon. You like when to reload, you threw it on the ground and it like, you know, like it exploded and then
Well,
then it
that's
came back
that's
again.
a whole mechanic
But I'm-
they did for a bunch of
no.
games. Yeah, a bunch of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying, but like, you
Yeah.
know, I love that system and I like the way they do the guns. The only thing that was not ruining it, but was, you know, was sucky for me was if you got lucky, do you know what I mean? And you pulled a legendary, you know what I mean? That was really good and OP, you know, like broken, you know what I mean? Then a lot of times it kind of ruined the loot, you know what I mean? You know, for a while because it didn't matter what you picked up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like it wouldn't even compare to what you were already using, you know what I mean? So why would you switch to it? Do you know what I mean? And actually use it. So, and then to going back to, you know, Wolf's point at the very beginning of the conversation for the Borderlands, you know, you made a really good thing. You said like, you know, dumping it. You mean, you know, you're getting a bunch of loot, but you're like throwing it away. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like how the system was kind of, I don't know, kind of built really.
What if they like made it to where the old stuff you threw away, like kind of combining two things? Wolf said, instead of throwing that all away and it just being gone, what if you use those weapons to upgrade your gold guns that you find to higher levels as you leveled up? That'd be kind of cool. I think
like
I think the problem is like as I'm thinking about it is I just think they have too many of the same guns really.
Yeah.
Because the problem is
I was
they like
about
the
to bring that
what
up.
the game has become is it's like, oh, I think even in Borderlands 3 in the promo it was like over 1 million different guns, but it's like, yeah, but most of them really aren't that different. They got about, you know, maybe 100 different guns, and then they're kind of a bunch. Then they just randomize all the stats.
Well,
And
no,
everything.
what they did is they have it set up so there's like 10 companies, and each company has a theme, and then every gun is just a variation of that theme.
Right.
So it's like all the Jacobs guns are super fucking powerful. I think it's Jacobs. I might be wrong on that. It might be one of the other ones.
I don't
But
remember.
but
yeah,
the
I know
problem
what you're
is
saying.
they're all very low ammo. So
Yeah.
if you get a Jacobs gun, you know you're gonna have a super powerful gun, but you're not gonna have a lot of ammo.
Right.
It's just a way to typify, and they just did that with everything. And then there's the bunch of outliers like the wave that shoots like a shotgun spread, but it spreads along the ground and
Right,
flies.
but yeah.
Whatever.
Well, and I think they would have did better
I know, I
doing
was
something like
watching.
that, like doing those more. Like
Yeah.
actually, instead of having 1,000,000 guns, having 5,000, but they're all
Mhm.
really unique guns.
But once again, that's like I said,
And then
that's
just
the
different
tagline
levels.
they've been going for is just making the gun, making as many guns as they can possibly
Yeah.
manage.
Which, like you said, that is that type of game, and
yeah,
there's a lot of people
they're-
that love it. And I don't mind it. That's what I guess. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because I love the
No.
games, and it don't bother me that all these guns are in there. I'm just saying I don't really play the game for that.
The funny thing is, to frame it a different way, this game, the game reminds me of the difference in philosophy on weapons between Bloodborne and Dark Souls. Obviously you've only played Dark Souls, so you don't know, but in Bloodborne there was only, I think, 10 to 15 weapons in the entire game, and every single one of them is very, very, very unique.
Yeah.
Like you don't get two weapons that feel the exact same. Like they all have the same button combos, but like the way they perform is vastly different. Then you go to Dark Souls and it's like there's a bunch of uniques in that game, but there's only like 10 move sets. So it really doesn't matter. They might have a couple of little slight nuances to them,
Right.
but a lot of them are the exact same weapon. So it's just like, oh, I've picked up another greatsword. It uses the exact same moveset as the other greatswords I've used.
Right.
I mean, it might be a slight difference, but it's not enough to differentiate it. And it hurts the game because there's not as many weird weapons that really throw you off and make you go, this is neat.
Right.
Obviously it makes it so when you get one, you're just even more enamored by it because it's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never felt that way in Border. Even when I've gotten a legendary weapon in Borderlands, it was never that big of a deal to me. Like I never thought. I don't know.
Well, no, it's
It
just
just-
because, like I said, the numbers thing kind of kills it sooner or later.
Yeah.
Because you really just start to look at the numbers, and if the numbers aren't better, you just bin it.
Yep.
If
Makes
it isn't going to do better than what you already have, then why keep it? There's no incentive to try any of the
Oh, dude,
guns
for
that don't
me-
have better numbers.
Yeah, for me, that's what I lived for. I mean, the moment like I would be grinding out, whether it's killing enemies, killing bosses, doing missions, whatever we were doing, side quest, exploration. That was like the biggest thing. Like the moment I found a legendary, I was like over the moon. I was like, oh my god, dude, I dropped a
Yeah.
legendary. Let's go, let's check it out. You know what I mean? Pulling it up, looking at the new perks, the creative. Like I was huge like on reading the stuff. You know what I mean? Like reading the whole like description on the gun. That kind of stuff. So I liked the whole aspects behind it.
Eh.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't like the legend. I mean, because most of them had a cool thing to them. I remember in the second one, you had the Batman one that like threw out like a boomerang and came back, and the boss you had to fight to get that gun was cool. That he was like a hidden boss.
Rackman.
But I would say I was always more interested in finding the secret cosmetics.
Yeah,
Like, I remember when I
that
found,
was
like when I
sick.
accidentally found the Minecraft cosmetics in Borderlands 2. That
Yep.
was sweet. Like,
Yep.
and then and not even the cosmetics, but I had more fun trying to find like the hidden Easter eggs just in the
Easter
game.
eggs, yep.
More so than I probably like the guns and like the story. Like I just did it like kind of to do the main story. I didn't do a lot of side quests, and then after that, I went to just searching the whole area looking for Easter eggs, looking for different cosmetics, that kind of stuff.
Eh.
But I don't know. But I mean, like I said, taking it back full circle, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying it with all the new DLC and everything that's out, because I believe unless there's more DLC than when I bought it, I bought the entire like the season pass. So I've never actually played any of the DLC, but I believe I have it all up to whatever point.
They just released some DLC content shortly. I'm pretty sure, like just recently.
Yeah, that's why.
Couple
Yeah,
months
that's
ago,
why.
it was, Krieg's DLC.
Yeah, which I think introduced that mode I was talking about, as well as I don't know what else, but
Wouldn't surprise me.
Gotcha.
But as I said, I mean, I'd probably be down to check it out. Like I said, we could do it on for Saturday streams or something, because I just know during the week you got work till but
Yeah.
I'd be down to do it on
I'll
Saturday
consider it.
streams.
Like I said,
9
I'm not
billion.
100% sure. I actually don't remember how to get into my Epic account, so that might take some effort.
I log into it just to get the free games every week.
Uh,
Just because sometimes those little games are fun for here and there for killing some time. And every once in a while you get a
Anyways,
good game.
something else we
But-
wanted to talk about, the release of the PlayStation 5.
Yes, dude, it is sold out so first
Oh.
off, hold on. Let me ask. I already know Wolf's answer. He's a PS guy, but Codations, PS or Xbox? Are you interested in
Xbox.
any of the new consoles or no?
Oh,
Yep.
Xbox, really? Why, dude?
Hundo.
I'm an Listen, I've had the Xbox One, Xbox 360, or I mean the original Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox One S. Dude, PlayStation, like, what does the Xbox even have to compete anymore with? Like, I feel like it's just shit compared to the PS at this point. Like this time. I don't mean that. Like I'm a Xbox fanboy, dude. But like PS, the system is amazing.
What do you think that the 5 has that the Xbox X
he's
I'll
not
tell you-
talking about specs.
The
He's
most
talking
important thing, because they
games.
both got about the same specs. Exclusives, dude. Oh my god, the new Spider-Man,
you're
Miles
going-
Moore,
you're
the new
Yeah, but you don't know, dude.
And
Like,
with
so-
Microsoft, if you do any PC gaming, now that they're bundling and doing their Xbox Game Pass, pretty much any game you can get on Xbox, even the exclusives, is out on PC now. So why would I ever
A
get an
lot of them,
Xbox?
yeah.
Why? What game do they have on Xbox that I can't get on my PC?
Well, yeah. Well. I mean, I guess if you're going completely off of exclusives, then I guess I can't really argue that. I know that Microsoft.
Right, but what else can you go off of? Because spec wise, they're the same shit. They're the exact same systems.
Well, depends on what you like to play. I mean, like, it depends on the type of console you like to play. But not only that, like the market too. Like the market, like, dude, you know how many times the PSN gets hacked? You know how many times like the Xbox like servers run way better and way smoother than PlayStation over time. Not to mention the Microsoft just bought out Bethesda and what was the other big company? Was it EA, or there was another one that they just bought out, and that they're thinking on making those games exclusive to Xbox. So that means that all of the Bethesda games, so like any of your ESO, your Skyrim games that they come out in the future, any of the Elder Scrolls series, that kind of stuff. I mean, like, that could
Once
potentially
again,
all go
they'll
exclusive.
still be on
They'll be on PC. They're not
So
going
I
to.
don't get-
if
I'm
they're
never
gonna
lose
exclusive them to
because I'm gonna be on the
Microsoft.
PC.
And
Oh,
Microsoft
you're
with their
talking
Game
about-
Pass, they're not gonna
I was
get rid of
comparing.
that.
I was comparing. Yeah, I was comparing Okay, I was totally missing the window of PC. Never mind.
Yeah,
I get what
that's
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying. It's like,
Your
if
argument is
we
stating
have
that. Then why
PC,
wouldn't you play? Yeah.
Then
okay,
why
I get
would
what
we
you're
not
saying.
have, like, why would we buy an Xbox if we already have PC?
Right.
Because
What,
there's a
what
few
would be
games
the
that
point?
might come out that are only exclusive. Like, I know they do, they'll do like
the new Gears. Yeah, no, but that came out on.
it was
on
still
Xbox Game
but
Pass.
Never mind.
That's what I said. According, I mean,
Yeah,
at least
I'm
from
a
my
dog.
understanding, unless I could be wrong, but my understanding, it'll now be the Xbox Game Pass. So when it's exclusive to Xbox, that always will include PC because of Xbox Game Pass now. That's their whole plan, is to expand it beyond.
But you have to have Xbox Game Pass. So, like, if you're on PS4 or PS5, why the hell would you have Xbox Game Pass?
Because I game on PC also.
Yeah.
No. And
the
that
Game
part I
Pass
agree
goes for
with.
either one of them.
Yeah, that part I agree with. But like, I don't really know if that's like what a lot of people like. I feel like a lot of people are playing. If they're playing on console, they're not playing on PC. Do you know what I mean? So like, if they're
No. I play on both. I mean, we play on our Switch
Yeah,
all the time in the living room. We play on it like I've always played on both. Like sometimes you just want to chill in the living room on a couch,
Actually,
like
I have to
laying
look
down
up
with a
something real
controller.
quick. It's irritating me.
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
talking about like you got to think back to like console sales, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
the most of their
Huh.
console sales, I guarantee you, the brunt of the people that are buying a PS5 or they're buying an Xbox, I almost 100% bet that that's their gaming platform. I mean, like they're going to be gaming on that unit. Like that's why they've been selling consoles for forever. There's people who are obviously gaming on PC, right? But like a PC is the master race in my opinion, no matter what. I mean, even over consoles, you could outbuild the consoles, and the consoles aren't even caught up to what, you know what I mean, like top notch rigs are that you can build right now.
Yeah, but not for the price. For $500, it's hard to
Okay,
get what you get out of a PS or an Xbox out of a PC.
I just went ahead and looked.
I would
real
agree
quick.
with that.
The Game Pass has all of the Gears of War stuff, or as
Yep.
much of it as you'd figure. It does not have all the Halo stuff. Everything after Halo 3 is not available.
Yes, it.
I just looked it up real quick.
Yes, it is. I played it. I was playing them. They released
Oh, well, they aren't on the Game
It's the
Pass.
Master Chief edition.
No, but that's
Well, maybe they took it off of Game Pass, but my point was you can
OGS.
buy it. You can buy it through Xbox Game Pass for PC.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, hey, the Master Chief Collection is only up to Reach, I think, isn't it?
Well, they're redoing. They were
Halo
redoing
1.
all the games and releasing them all the way
Well,
up
no,
to the
what that
newest
mean-
one.
What I'm saying is that means I believe at least 5 isn't available. 5 is nowhere to be found.
Okay, well that might make sense, but my point is
Yeah.
just that
No,
that it's
your point
coming
still holds
because
water, I'm just
their
saying.
plan is to basically combine them
Yeah.
into one thing.
I mean,
'Cause they
it's
know-
still
they
it's
know
still
it's a smart
the
choice.
same way. It's still the fact that the exclusives for the Xbox have been lacking for years.
Oh yeah, 4 years.
They just they don't care enough. Like
I
I
personally
mean,
don't think that they should have exclusives on console, PC, or PlayStation.
You'll never
well,
stop
in a
it.
perfect, in, a,
Yeah.
in a perfect world, they wouldn't. But
I
this
mean, I agree 100%, but it'll never be that. I mean,
yeah,
the,
as
the
long
money's
as the
always going to
company
control
has,
that.
Yeah, as long as the company thinks it can make more money doing it that way, they're going to do it that way. And if the company that makes the console owns the company that makes the game, better than average chance they're going to decide to do exclusive if they think they can get away with it. And Sony has always backed that up. They managed to do well with it.
And outside of, again, just purely specs, which I think you could argue nowadays is pretty much the same across any of them. I mean, maybe you get 2 frames more in Xbox or something, but I don't even know that that's true. But like
No, I don't.
the new stuff with the PS controller, dude, with the triggers that get harder to press, like so if you're sprinting with
Yeah, I've heard
with a
nothing but good
person
things there.
and
But then again,
you're running out of stamina, the triggers actually push against your finger and push back out. And like your guy's actually getting fatigued. Like the feedback in the controllers, like I've heard nothing but amazing. I mean, just some of the stuff they're doing sweet. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, the biggest selling console out pretty much, or still out. I mean, well, not biggest. It's not biggest selling. Let me
Switch.
backtrack. But look how much the Switch sells, dude. And what is it, like 720p? 30 frames per second? I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
no,
all about
yeah,
specs.
That's pretty much, once again, it comes back to the exclusives, because what does Nintendo have? Every single game that they make is exclusive.
Well, and not just that.
Well-
It's still cool that you can pull this little basically tablet out of the socket and
Well,
play
yeah,
it on
there-
its own
there is a lot
screen
of stuff
and
like that. I'm
just
just
the other
saying,
stuff with it.
Nintendo has always had a good market share for that exact reason, because
yeah.
you can't play Nintendo games anywhere else.
Yep.
Like, I mean, they just don't exist.
Yep.
Like, you can get emulators and shit, but they're usually garbage. And
yeah,
illegal.
and it's about that fun factor. It's they go for that fun factor, which works for them.
Well,
I
yeah,
think it's
that too.
great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's an amazing system personally,
hmm
and it's not
But
and I have a PC that's
yeah,
I gotta set up in front of me just monitors and towers and like gaming peripherals of probably 10 grand, and I love the fucking Switch.
Which I
Which-
think is
I
absolutely
don't blame
crazy in my opinion. Like, I don't understand. Like, I would never own one, because if I could get 4K graphics on my Xbox, or my PC, why in the hell would I play a Switch?
because
It's-
most games
it's-
don't actually take advantage of that shit.
True. I mean, look
Yeah,
at
they
look
do.
at the hold on one. No, they don't though. Like let's look at the most popular games. Okay, what are the most popular games on Twitch right now? CS:GO. A crappy laptop can run it at 60 FPS. League of Legends.
I'm talking
League of
about, like,
Legends.
I'm
A
talking about,
crappy. But I'm saying these are the most like it's not
Destiny-
about the
okay,
graphics.
so like Destiny, you could run at 4K, like your big top, like a No Man's
Well,
Sky game.
but those aren't
It's
big
not-
top
it's not
games,
about
actually.
Can or not. It's about what's on the game system. The games that play on the Nintendo Switch, they don't need graphics, because most of them there are relatively kiddie graphics. Like they're
Right.
Mario, they're Zelda, Zelda looks amazing in its art style. It doesn't have to be
Kind of like
zoomed in
Genshin
so
Impact,
close that
dude.
You can, yeah,
You know how many frames I get in Genshin Impact because it's so low quality.
Well, no, and I agree with that. I'm just saying.
But yet you play it as well. But you're saying you don't. But you're playing
I
Genshin
personally-
Impact.
Well, that's because I'm on my PC. But I'm saying like I don't know how to explain it, dude. Like I have a 4K TV. I bought a 4K TV. I bought a 4K Xbox because I wanted to
Yeah.
play.
I
like,
think what you're trying to
Destiny,
say
I
is
wanted
that
to
stuff's
play-
nice, and it is. That stuff is nice. You're right. Like it's awesome to play 4K gaming at 144 frames with this computer that I have. Like that's amazing. But so is some of the
On
Switch
other
games
hand,
are
yeah,
amazing.
I can enjoy the hell out of the things on the Switch just as easily. And to preface, I own all the consoles right now. I have a good laptop or a good PC for gaming. Like I'm not depriving myself of any of them. I plan on probably getting the new Xbox later down the line. It's just never the first thing I get. It'll never be the first thing I get. It's usually not even the second thing I get unless I find a good deal.
Well, I'm a one console. Well, besides the Switch,
Well,
we keep
yeah,
the Switch
I
because
know
of
you
family. But I'm a one, and this is the first time that, like I said, I've been Xbox since the beginning. I've never even owned a PlayStation ever. Even when the first one came out, I had N64. Then the PlayStation 1 came out. I didn't own it. I didn't buy a system until Xbox came out again. And then I've had Xbox all the way up until, like I said, I think this is the first time I switched to PlayStation. I think they got more to offer, man.
I had PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and then I skipped the original Xbox. Like I didn't own it. We lived with my cousin who owned it, so I never owned it. And then I ended up getting a 360 before Halo games, you know what I mean? Because I wanted to play with all my buddies in Halo.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't get that. That was an exclusive, you know what I mean? So you couldn't get that on PlayStation. So then I skipped all of the PlayStations from that point, from PlayStation 2 on. I never played any other ones. And then I ended up going from the 360, and then from 360 straight to PC. And that's when I got hardcore into World of Warcraft, right before Burning Crusade came out. And then I played PC all the way up until my freshman year, or the end of my freshman year in college, when the Xbox One original came out. And then I was so hyped up on Destiny, when it was, being talked up at all the E3 conferences, and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So then I ended up buying the console, the Xbox, because at the time it didn't come out for PC right away when it launched. It was an Xbox exclusive.
Oh, I remember.
So then I ended up,
Yeah.
so I ended up getting the Xbox One specifically for Destiny. And then I put in a crap ton of hours into Destiny. And then eventually it kind of fell off because there wasn't a lot of games coming out for the console. So then I ended up going back to World of Warcraft and other like ESO games on PC. And then that's kind of been my master race for the however long, just been basically grinding out PC games. And also, to your defense, I mean, I would agree with you. I didn't look at it that way. I didn't look at it to think like a person, a PC gamer could buy or still have the Game Pass and just not, like not buy the new console, and then they still can take, like, I wasn't thinking about it in that way, but that makes a lot of sense. If a person was going to buy a console, why, and they have a PC, why the hell would you? Why the hell would you buy an Xbox in this sense? In that defense, I would buy a PlayStation, because then you would be able to still play all the same damn games.
Well, and I will say the one argument though. What do you guys think of the Xbox? What's the smaller one called, Wolf?
The
digital one you're talking about?
No, it's not digital. It's an actual
he's talking
smaller
about Xbox, not PC,
one.
not PS4.
Yeah, I'm talking about Xbox. So the Xbox is 500. The Xbox X
Series S.
Then the Series S,
Series S.
instead of it being 4K at like 120 hertz, it's 4K at 60 hertz. Is that what the difference is? I forget.
I don't remember. I haven't really.
But the price is like, you're talking, everybody's like PS5's $500. I think the Series S versus Series X. Let me see. Let me look it up real quick so I quote this
Yeah,
right.
fair enough.
All right, so what's the difference? So
I thought there was a digital one. They didn't come out with a digital one. I thought they had one.
No, that's the
PlayStation side
PlayStation.
of
They have one that has a ROM drive or just a digital one. You save like $50, but this is totally different.
It's $100.
Okay, $100. So this is $499 for the Xbox Series X. If you get the Xbox Series S, it's $299. But they both play the same games.
Yeah, $100.
$200 price change up. $499 versus $500 versus $300. And then the difference is, again, it has to do with how much how many frames you're gonna get. So let me see if I can see where this was. So okay, okay. So yeah, okay. So the X does 4K up to 120 frames. The S does 1440p up to 120 frames. So the only difference is 4K versus 1440p, and I really don't think most people notice the difference between 1440p and 4K.
Yeah, I would say
With the because it's still upscales. It's still upscales. The other difference is instead of 1 terabyte of storage, it's 512 gigabytes of storage. But
that would be a pain in the ass.
the PlayStation only comes with 512. And
no,
I've heard a lot of stuff about like now they were saying
you're off there.
Oh, okay. What is it? 'Cause
PlayStation, its hard drive is an 800 gig hard drive.
Okay, but you
Problem
start
is
with like
that there's
600 or
200
500,
gigs
600.
Less than that when you actually start it up because that's all used for system stuff.
Plus, and so now moving into a little, like, let me use this to segue us into the PS5 a little bit to talk about, number one, it's selling out and some of the other launch problems.
Yeah.
I also heard that when you get it, there is 160 gigabyte update that people have to immediately do to their system. I think it was like 160 gigabytes. And that took up more space. So they said you were down to like 500 gigabytes. And then the if you were to get the new Spider-Man game, 130 gigabytes.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Man,
It's
800 is not.
ridiculous
It
on
is
the side
crazy
of
what
pickup.
games have gotten
Yeah,
with 4K and
I think
8K.
I think Call of Duty fucking the newest one. I forget.
It was
Modern
it's
Warfare
60 on.
It
It's
has
60.
it has like a 250 gigabyte download you have to do.
Oh, I was.
It's not
The people
50
were
right
saying on
now.
there it was 60 gigabytes installed.
Well,
Because they
I'm
were
talking
saying by the
about,
time you did this
Modern
update from
Warfare 1, but I don't know.
PlayStation, then by the time you did the launch title, which is the Spider-Man Miles Morales, and then by the time you did that, and then I think they said like load up Destiny, which is like 60 or 70. They
Yeah.
said you were pretty much like out of space almost with
Well,
like 3 games on your system, which
friend
that
of
would
mine
plague
who
the
may
Xbox
not
as
know
well.
Anything that what he's talking about, I don't know. Was saying
Yeah, but
that
they're
they are
technically
working
not-
towards putting a new one out with a couple of terabyte hard drive, but I don't.
Well,
know
you
if
can
that's
hook up
true.
external hard drives to all of them.
And as long as you
Both
can
of
do
them.
that, I don't care.
Yeah, you can do that at the
Because
Xbox
I'll
or
have one of
PlayStation.
those- I already have one of those laying around.
Yeah.
So as long as it actually works, it will be, perfect in 5 minutes.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Quotations?
No, I was gonna say, but I'm kind of like leaning to the fence to say that I don't think that's the console's fault that the size of the games are just massive. Do you know? what I
It
mean?
was the
Like,
console's faults that they. I mean, I don't think they gave enough storage for nowadays. For the
Oh,
you got to remember,
yeah.
consoles
Oh,
are
yeah,
they're
yeah.
designed to be like a 4 to 5 year life cycle. And so if you're telling me this thing's supposed to last you 4 to 5 years with, now we also got to remember the S is only 1440p, so it might be smaller file sizes. I don't know. But let's just go with the 1 terabyte Xbox X and the 800 PlayStation 5. I just don't think that's enough for a system that's supposed to last you
I
4
don't
or
think
5
either
years.
of them is enough. But that's
But again, they did add it that you can plug in a 2 terabyte external hard drive, but a big thing these newer systems are toting are the super fast SSDs, and even PlayStation, they did that special architecture which is supposed to allow them to do even faster than like just a normal SSD speed. Like they're supposed to be able to load assets like in game directly from these hard drives in the PlayStation 5.
I actually have data on that.
Go
Not
ahead.
data, but a story on that. One of the guys that I watch on YouTube a lot, he was talking about playing the other Spider-Man game, the older one,
Mhm.
and he was talking about it loads so fast that they actually gave people the option to turn off the fast travel stuff because the game loads faster than that fast travel thing actually takes.
That's funny.
So if you don't have that, you load into the game a lot faster.
That's funny.
By the way, I just wanted to add something. I was correct on Xbox's website. Currently, the Series S, so the cheaper version, the
Mhm.
slimmed down version, is a digital gaming console only. There is no way to add a disc game whatsoever.
Yeah, but I was saying that wasn't the deciding factor. Like the PS has a PS version, and then they have what's called the PS Digital. The Xbox S isn't the digital version. It's a slimmed down version of that was my point. I wasn't saying that it had
Oh
a drive or that it
Sorry,
had a-
yeah. No, when I
I was
when
just saying that wasn't the
digital,
difference
like,
between
I just
them.
meant like they don't have the ability to add a disc anymore, so you have
Yeah.
to buy everything digitally on
Yep,
here,
yep.
which I will say kind of sucks. And the reason why I say that is because you can buy, you know what I mean? Like if somebody was to go to a store, right? Like I know there's a gas station here close to my house that for, I don't know where he gets the games, but I was able to buy Xbox games dirt fucking cheap. You mean, Xbox One games there, copies for dirt cheap compared to like they're brand new. You mean, everything just out of the package, just like normal. So I don't know where he ordered them.
Here?
Like $10 cheaper than what you could buy the one from like GameStop or from the Xbox
Okay,
store.
that's absolutely nothing, man. The games on the system come on sale often enough at 50 to 70% off all the fucking time. Like, that's from base price. But
what I'm
getting
GameStop
at only knocks like $20 off until it's old as shit, at best.
Who are you talking about? GameStop? I'm not talking about GameStop. I'm talking about okay, the same thing. Like, what if you buy a copy off of another person, right? So like,
yeah, I mean, you definitely, you
people
do
buy a
lose that.
copy.
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what's a sucky thing that I would say that like this is you are forced to buy from the Microsoft store.
I agree with you for completely.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but I do think it's a good savings if you don't care about that. I mean, to save $200 and you only need 1440p or something.
Correct.
I'm just saying,
I mean,
that's a wild card that the
my PC
PlayStation doesn't have.
for stuff like that. Like, it does not have a CD.
I mean,
drive,
eventually it's
so
probably all going like that.
I've been
but-
digital downloading stuff off of Steam for years already.
Yeah, but you're used to that.
The only reason I want a PS5 with a disc drive is because I have GameFly, and if I have GameFly, then I get discs in the mail.
Yeah, but
And
that's
if I
kind
don't
of
have
what
a
he's
disc drive,
saying.
I
So he's
can't do
saying
shit with
some
them.
people aren't even going to really have the option of the Xbox S because they're going to need a drive. But nonetheless, I still think I just think it's interesting that they're coming in with that lower budget system to compete against.
Oh yeah, they have options.
Because I don't think they're going to do anything with the
approach.
Xbox X in terms of against the PS5. I think PS5 blows them out of the water in terms of sales this time around.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see, but
see how it shakes out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I mean, I do like like I said, I do like the digital thing because, for, like I said, there is people, out there that wouldn't need a disc drive. But another argument, in my opinion, that sucks is like a person like me who I have bought a shit ton of Blu-rays. You know what I mean? Like, over the course of like how many years do you mean that me and the wife will go back and watch some of the Blu-ray discs? I don't want to have to rebuy those fucking movies. You know what I'm
but I mean,
saying?
they have the option. Like,
Blu-ray.
they both have the option. I mean, so you buy the regular PS5 or you buy the regular Xbox Series
I mean,
X.
not to mention
I know.
a
Get all that.
Blu-ray player, like a Blu-ray drive that you could hook up to your PC or anything like that, is also really cheap.
Well, yeah, I know.
Like,
I'm
you
just
can.
using that
There's
as an
other
example by
options.
saying,
I agree with
right.
you. I'm just saying there are other options. Like,
Well,
you're
right,
a big PC
right.
gamer, you can get around limitations like that. It's not a huge deal.
right? Yeah, I'm just saying that like for instance, my Xbox right now serves all of those purposes.
Right,
It's
and if it does, then you're
one
better
box
off
that
buying.
serves all of those
Yeah,
purposes.
yeah. So for you, it's better to pay the extra $100 and get the one that has the drive,
Right.
or for the Xbox, the extra $200 and get the one that has the drive and does 4K and all that. But I still think it's interesting that they give you the option, and
Oh, no, I
you save $100 if you don't need that. Because like me, for example, my house, there would be no reason I would need the normal PS. We don't have any Blu-rays. We don't even have DVDs. Everything we do is digital. I don't like the clutter. I mean, as soon as things become digital, I'm the type of person I like books. I used to have my own personal library of books because I've always been a huge book reader. The moment Kindles came out, dude, gone. All those books, everything's digital. I got 1,000 books on my Kindle.
Yeah, I understand.
Like it's just clutter to me. Like, same with DVDs, same with Blu-ray. Like, the moment I could do it digital and I don't gotta have all that stuff cluttering up my house, gone. So I mean, it's nice that I can save $100 because I don't need that drive. I never use it anyways.
Like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that I love to play, like, I love to be able to get everything that comes out, even if I don't care about it that much from GameFly.
Yeah. Well,
then
and I don't do that.
I would have bought the digital disc system. I don't care about any of the, I don't have enough discs to justify caring about buying it. It's just a matter of I like being able to just get everything without, having to pay any
Yeah.
extra shit or, forking over $60 for every game to see if it's any good.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I like
that's
being
what's
able to
nice
pay a
about the
standard fee
Game
and just
Pass,
play stuff.
the Xbox
Well,
Game
there-
Pass, $4.99 or whatever.
Yeah, the PlayStation has that too, but it's not very good.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Like,
hopefully
they don't have the same
increase it.
dedication to it.
I mean, I still think eventually, I mean, probably maybe even by the next console. And I mean, well, maybe not by the next, but pretty soon, if not the next, the one after, I think these Google Stadia and stuff's going to be what you end up doing. You're not even going to have a system in your house. You're going to pay $10 a month to have a system in the cloud.
Possibly.
I mean, they already got the
How long it
latencies and
lasts,
stuff down to, I mean, it's almost negligible. I mean, they got Google Stadia. Some of these, I forget, Google Stadia is not the best example, but there's those other two companies, dude. They're down to like a 35 millisecond or 40 millisecond time.
Eh.
They're going to get that. I mean, with now 10 gigabit coming out of stuff and 100 gigabit, and they're going to get that millisecond down to, I mean, look at League of Legends. You have like a 12 millisecond delay in that game now. When they get like that with these
I have
game
no clue
systems,
what you're talking about with Google Stadia. I have no.
so what they are is, yeah. So what they are, so like Google Stadia, for example, and that's, again, it's a bad example, but I can't think of any of the big players that are doing this well. But there's two companies that are doing it well, but I can't think of their name. But what it is instead of having a console or a PC, like a gaming PC, instead of spending $5,000 on a gaming PC or whatever, you basically rent a gaming PC from a company, like you know how you have VPNs, like a computer that you can connect to and do stuff off of, like somewhere in the cloud. It's like that. So you basically buy a gaming PC in the cloud, and then basically you're just being streamed the content like you would with Netflix. Like, it's like Netflix for games. You just pick the game you want to play on any device you want. You can pull it up on your PC. You can pull it up on your TV. Like, let's just say you have a cheap laptop that can barely handle, all it can do is play like 1080p video. You could game on it, the AAA titles.
It's
Yeah,
good
but
in
how
theory,
would
but
that-
there's a
yeah,
lot
but
of
how
issues
would that-
right now.
I was gonna say, but how would that work? Because your computer would still have to be pushing that
Nope, it
signal
does- no.
through.
Only the video signal. All the processing of the game, all the graphic rendering, all that is done on the PC you're renting.
Yeah, it's.
So you're
off-site,
literally just,
basically.
you're
doing
then
the
just
extra
being
work,
streamed
or
a
doing all the work.
1080p or 1440p or 4K video like you would be from Netflix. So which is pretty much dependent on your internet speed, not your computer's horsepower.
Right. That's a freaking interesting concept. I mean,
Like I
yeah,
said,
it's the first time I've heard of it.
it's
This is the
neat
first
in
time I've heard of it.
theory,
It's very
but
No,
interesting.
no, not theory. It does though.
Well,
That's
no,
what I'm saying.
I'm
It
saying
works.
It works, but it's working on. They're working on it. It's
Well,
still
right.
got
That's what I
some
said.
issues.
It's not that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking on your computer. The signal from your mouse to your keyboard is less than a millisecond probably. And again, they're still at 35, 40 milliseconds. So you definitely can notice some delay
there's
between
some
when you
lag
do
and shit
something
like
on
that.
your controller or your keyboard and mouse. You can tell a touch delay. But where they've come just in the last like 2-3 years from starting it to
Oh, yeah,
now,
that's amazing.
that's what I said.
I'll
In
agree with
another 3 to 5 years, it's just, why
Yeah.
would you build a $3,000 PC that's going to become obsolete in 5 years when you can pay $10 a month, which over the course of 5 years, which is
Is
what,
much
yeah,
less.
like, yeah. So
Yeah.
12 months times, $10, 120 times 5, $600 for a PC that would be just as good. But then you don't got to ever, I mean, it's just like everything else, leasing a car, renting a place. Like, that's just
Yeah.
what they're doing, instead
Yeah,
of
very
Netflix
interesting
buying all the
concept. This is the
movies.
first time I've ever heard about it.
I can't believe you
This
never
is
heard
very
of it. I
interesting.
mean, it's a
I
pretty
was
big.
No.
gonna say, like, how have you missed all the fucking ads for the Stadia at least?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
Google is the ones
Google
pushing
loves
it,
to
which
throw
there
that shit in
sucks.
people's
There
faces.
sucks. But like I said, there's two companies that are really
Yeah.
doing really good with it.
Hey, anyway, back to the PlayStation 5 and the shit with the pre-orders. Eesh.
Oh my god, dude, those things are selling right now on eBay for $1,400.
I
People
know,
buying
and
them.
You can't. Same
Here's-
thing with Xbox. You can't even get it. Hold your hands on.
Here's
an
my
Xbox
problem,
either.
though. They could have avoided all of this with the simplest fucking process.
What's process
All they
would
would
that
have
be?
had to do is do pre-orders like pre-orders are meant to be fucking done, instead of this just a lot of pre-orders and then everything else was, buy on site at that time.
Well, I think
If
the
they'd have-
problem was I mean, I
was
agree.
supply. They didn't
Well,
have enough
right,
supply
because
to
of
meet demand.
coronavirus and everything, I just don't think they would have been able to meet pre-orders at all anyways.
No, but what I'm saying is, if they'd have done the pre-orders like they do for everything else, where anybody that wants one can pre-order one, and they made it a very distinct from, company to company thing, where it was like, you pre-order and you're on the list. As soon as they get to your number, you will get a system. That's all they had to do. People would have been fine with that, and it would have killed the scalpers. Because nobody would have bothered to buy 8 of them just to try and sell 4 of them on fucking. Well,
I don't think
some
so,
people
though.
would have, but
I
I'm
think
saying
because
it was
let's
a
say
lot.
they were on the beginning of the list, I still think people would pay a premium that might be towards the end of the list. So when those people, let's say let's say a reseller is queue of 500, and I'm just making them numbers. Obviously, they'd be much larger
They
numbers.
could have also fixed that by just putting.
And
a limit
somebody
on how
was
many you can get.
2,000. Yeah, but people like most stores and stuff already did. But resellers, I mean, they're not stupid. They use their wife's name, they use their name, they use their kid's name.
Yeah.
It's not hard to order multiple.
I
at
know,
all.
but that's still.
I
puts
used to
them in
do it
different places
myself.
in the line because you have to take that extra time to do so, unless you're pulling up 4 different versions of it and clicking on all of them at the same time. Obviously, you can do that kind of shit. I'm just saying, there would have been. I mean, if I would have known that I was in line and actually had one ready to go at a certain, not at a certain point, but just literally like, you are 500,000th in line, you will get one when we get to that 500,000th machine. I'd have been fine with it. I'd have waited as long as I could. Because I'm going to get one eventually. I already know this. I'm not going to spend more than the $500 that it's worth. I'm not buying one from some fucking scalper. That guy can eat a dick.
Right, but I guess my point though
But,
is what's
yeah,
really the
some people
difference?
will do that,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, but I
They
mean,
will
well, what's
spend that
really
money.
the difference? Because now you just got to wait till people buy them and there's one in stock and you can
But
buy it. So you're
The
still
problem
waiting
is-
either
is
way.
The problem is that it's not a guaranteed thing. I don't know when I'm getting one. I don't know if it's going to be any time before next year sometime.
Right, but I'm
Whereas
saying
if
even
I
if you're
was on the list,
500,000th
I
in line, you don't know when you're going
I
to get
know,
it or anything.
but what I'm saying is, if you're on the list, you can see, or they could actually put in a system to make it so you could see where you're at in the line, how
Yeah.
many are ahead of you.
So basically
I
it's
don't
just giving
know.
you more information. You're just saying it would
Yeah,
be better if
that's
they
what
gave
I'm
you
saying.
more
I
information.
want more information.
Yeah, that makes
It's like
sense.
at launch, if they had 100,000 units, let's say, spread over the entirety of US, that's 100,000 people out of the line that I don't have to fucking worry about from now on.
Yeah.
Whereas now, I have no idea how many they sold. I don't know how many I gotta wait till. I don't have one on any kind of system to where I can tell them I'm gonna get one. I have to just wait until the store gets them in stock and
Right,
try
that
my
makes
hardest to
sense.
get one at
I
that
guess
point.
I guess my pushback was because and I don't know if you just mentioned it now or if it was just when you were talking to me earlier. You're like, oh, I have a solution for how they could have fixed this. And my just thought was, well, that doesn't really fix the scalpers because just those people in the beginning of the
No.
line are always going to sell
But it
them
would
for
have
higher
fixed all the
price.
people that are wondering
It would just give
whether
more.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
right,
get one
right.
anytime
It would just
soon.
give them
Yeah,
more.
that's
information
all
as
I'm
to where
worried
they are in the
about.
line. Yeah, that
Because,
makes
like I
sense.
said, if you know you're getting one, then you don't have to fight with it. I mean, obviously, people want them for Christmas and shit like that. But
Yeah.
to be honest, the vast majority of the non-screaming child demographic don't care. Christmas isn't any more special than any other day as long as I know I'm getting my PlayStation 5 when sooner or later.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy with it.
Well, and I know,
I mean,
and I was going to ask you, Wolf, do you know, are they selling the PS5 directly through their website or were they, or
no, it's all, well, I don't know if they're doing it through their website, but I know all the
like, can you
retailers.
buy it directly through Sony?
I have no fucking idea. I could look it up.
Well, the reason I was asking is
but-
because one cool kind of in relation to this selling out, as everybody knows, the new NVIDIA graphics card, the 3000 series, those have fucking been short supply too.
Yeah, that's
But one
messed
cool
up.
thing NVIDIA did is they actually have always sold graphics card, but they actually said, you know what, this is kind of a conflict of interest. So they are only supplying to retailers now. So like you can only buy it from
Oh.
Best Buy, and because they said like we don't want to compete with our retailers. So I thought that
Yeah,
was
that
kind of,
makes
and plus they had a lot of people doing the same thing. Buying it online, all these scalpers and everything, and they had a lot of
And then
heat about
reselling it
that,
for twice
right?
the fucking
And so
price.
they said, well, we'll just take ourselves out of the equation. Like we provide them to,
Oh, I like that.
to the
Like I said, I
retailers.
have
The
no
retailers
idea
set
if
their
something's going
guidelines
on.
for. So then, like places like Best Buy and stuff, they require you to pick it up with your driver's license. You can only do one, that
Yeah.
type of thing. which I thought was kind of cool the way NVIDIA did it, because obviously they've got to make more money selling it directly themselves than they do through the retailers. But they're like, listen, at the end of the day, you know, I mean, they're definitely taking a loss by only selling them through retailers now. But I think it was a smart move.
Yeah, the only other major problem with the pre-orders and stuff is there was a big snafu like right at the beginning of it, because Sony did a press conference right before the release of the pre-orders, and they said during that press conference that they were going to do pre-orders at a specific time, and all of the retailers fucking ignored that. They put them up literally like they were like, we're going to do pre-orders like at the end of the night on, at 12 o'clock or something. And then the pre-orders came online at like 10 and they were gone instantly.
Yeah.
Like not like, I mean, whatever the like time frame they were going to use. They were like hours ahead and they just disappeared. Obviously they disappeared. That's kind of the point.
Right.
And that irritated a lot of people because it's
there's a lot of people pissed off
if you're going
about
to
it
fucking botch it.
That's what I said. And I mean, I know a lot of it has to do with coronavirus too. And I know all manufacturers are struggling to
sales
keep
in store.
Yep. So I don't know. I mean, I will say this is definitely the most sold out any of this stuff's ever been that I can remember.
I don't know about that.
Well, I heard that they're not even going to be able to meet supply of PS5. Yeah. I know they've always sold out, but what I heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, or just rumors, but I'm just sharing, it might be rumors. I don't know. I didn't fact check it, but it's just not popping in my mind. But I heard that they're not even going to catch up with the NVIDIA 3000 series till like second quarter of next year is the projection. And with PS5, I'm hearing it might not even be till the start of third quarter. So halfway through next year before they're caught up with how many people are wanting PS5s because of supply chain issues. Again, I don't know how true that is or not, but
I mean, you have to figure that happens with every single console. I mean,
but not that long. Not that long.
The Switch was sold out for like a year and a half almost.
It still is a lot of times.
Not bad, but it was.
It still is a lot of times.
Damn hard to find for a while.
You can still get a premium on a Switch. At times.
Yeah.
Because they only do so much production. I don't know why they do it the way they do it, but. Well, so going into using that again to segue, what do you guys think of AMD Codations? Do you keep up on tech at all, like AMD's new processors and GPUs coming out?
I don't because I don't really have the money to keep up with it. Do you know what I mean? And I don't really follow it because it doesn't really it doesn't benefit me because I don't buy the latest and greatest thing. Like I'm still operating on lower specs. I don't even have the top-notch stuff.
Yeah.
I watched like your unboxing video with all of your stuff with your new system and yeah, like mine's nowhere near that. Mine's generations back.
Well, before I just upgraded this, my previous gaming PC was 7 years old, dude. It was on its last.
Right.
But when I do upgrade, I do normally go all out at that time.
Yeah, I don't even know what mine would technically be classified as. Like yeah, my parts are less than a year old, like from me buying them, you know what I mean? But I still bought, older generation parts. Like I'm still on the Ryzen 5 3600, processor.
Well, that was the current gen besides the new ones.
What'd you say? That's
the current gen besides the ones they just released. So mine's the same gen as yours, and I just built mine. I have the 3950X. It's a better processor, but it's the same generation. Came out the same year as yours.
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what I would say then.
And a 3600 is not a bad processor at all.
Yeah, and that's what I'm running. My graphics card is slacking. I'm running I think the 580. I think.
Oh, AMD Radeon.
Yeah, it's Radeon. Yeah, it's a Radeon. I can't remember. Is it a 580? I can't remember.
I don't know their things because they suck. NVIDIA's always been the way to go. However, until now, possibly. I mean, they've pretty much they've surpassed Intel with their new 5000 series coming out. And the graphics cards are boasting some pretty good claims as well. I still think they're going to be lacking, though, on the, like NVIDIA's come out with, that special encoding chip for if you're a live streamer where it doesn't use your GPU, but there's a separate encoding chip for encoding your live streams and stuff that doesn't take away from your frames in games. All their suite of software, like the noise cancellation, so you can't hear background noises through your mic and stuff, NVIDIA Voice or whatever it's called, GeForce Voice. And their green screen thing that came out, that even if you don't have a green screen, it cuts you out and turns you into a green screen without needing a green screen. All that stuff they come out with software wise, their AI stuff is tremendous. So I don't know if AI competes there yet, but just in terms of frame rates and costs, it's looking like AMD's becoming a pretty big contender again in CPUs and GPUs. You know anything about them, Wolf, or you don't really pay much attention either?
I'm trash with this stuff, man.
I've heard
Yeah.
I've heard it. See, so the reason why I actually went with AMD was because I was told by, you know, a long-term Intel, or not Intel, geez Louise, Nvidia, you know, fanboy, that he just recently converted all of his stuff over to AMD because he was sold on their stuff outperforming. But again, now he could have been talking about the new shit that you're talking about. Do you know what I mean? Like the top notch stuff compared to, like, you know, and
Well, this stuff's not even out
I don't
yet.
know.
Anything AMD has in this generation that competed with the 2000 series cards, there wasn't anything that beat Nvidia. Nothing across the whole. There was no reason to go AMD at all. Zero. I don't.
Besides cheaper,
Nope. Not even cheaper. Nope.
not even cheaper.
No. So the same cost cards for the same, like if you compared Nvidia's $300 card to AMD's $300 card, Nvidia won. Their $500 card to the AMD's, Nvidia won. All the way up. I mean, AMD didn't even have anything to compete with, like the 2080 Ti and anything. They haven't. They haven't even been able to compete with the higher end Nvidia stuff. They don't even have an offering. Maybe they, you know, would have more sales on them, and maybe like you could get one super cheap. But I would argue that if in a gaming or editing rig of any kind that you're building, to not sacrifice your money somewhere else and just get the better Nvidia card was a poor life choice.
Yeah,
Like,
and
it's
that's-
just- they
and see,
just-
that's
that-
the tough part, right? And that's the tough part that I'm facing right now. Like, you know, for me is that's the most lacking part on my machine is my graphics card. My
Yeah.
AMD graphics card that I'm using was I think like $140.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't spend a lot of money on it.
No, I didn't spend a lot of money on it, but I purposely, you know what I mean? But I purposely, you know, bought that, you know, that price point was because, you know, of the amount of money that I had to spend on it. You know, I didn't have a whole lot of money to spend, and I didn't want to invest a shit ton of money into it. And then so, you know, I got what I got, and it seems to be working pretty good. But like you said, I was out of the loop. I did not know that if Nvidia's were around that same price point were better at outperforming, then I don't know why the hell I listened to that guy and bought fucking AMD.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I said they're not, you know, they didn't have cheapest offering, and I guess I'm going by like launch prices. I'm sure when they underperformed Nvidia, they had sales and stuff on them, but it reminded me of like, and I got duped by AMD back when on my last gaming PC, I went full AMD build on that one, and I bought the AMD FX 8350, which was like an 8-core processor, but just 4 game like. In terms of like multi-threading and awesomeness, like, yeah, it was a cool but like for the price performance, like it sucked, dude. It sucked. Yeah, Nvidia hasn't, I mean, the last 2 generations haven't done much, honestly. But again, that's changing now with the 5000 series coming out of their CPUs. And like for example, their 2080 Ti was their king of the crop. And now like their 3070 which is a $500 graphics card, 400, competes with what their top end was in this current generation. So like I have a 2080 Super that was like $1,000 graphics card. The new series coming out, the 3070, beats that card, and it's half the price at launch. Like it's bonkers. It's bonkers. But I'm super excited because the truth is, like, Intel ain't had to do, like, in terms of the CPU side, Intel hasn't had to do shit in terms of innovation or anything. They've just kept pumping out the i7 and the i9 and like same architect, 14 nanometer architecture. And they've just continued just making little incremental changes to just keep it at the top. They haven't really had no competition. NVIDIA has had no competition through their 1000 series and through their 2000 series graphics cards. But now, like I said, it looks like both these companies are going to get some competition. which is just
One could only hope.
is just good for
It's
the
always a good
consumer.
thing,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, it's just good for us because then that means Intel's gonna have to turn around. They just lost the CPU. You know, pretty much everybody's saying, you know, nowadays if you're building a new PC, you're going with an AMD with their new 5000 series. You're not going Intel i5, i7, i9 anymore. Like that's just it just is what it is. But now Intel's gonna, I'm sure they're not gonna let that stay. They're gonna come out with their next generation and have to, you know, come back from that. So I don't know. I think it's a good thing, but we won't go too far into it since you guys, you know, aren't too keen on it or whatever. But super interesting to me. I'm excited. I will say I hate that I just built a new gaming PC like 3 months ago, right when they just released all this new shit. Jeez, that $5,000. How much should I spend on my gaming PC? I forget. 3,000. Dropped to like 1,500 in value real quick. Like, Jesus, 3 months later, lost half its value. But it is what it is. I don't care. I still love the PC.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm happy.
freaking crazy though, dude. $3,000 for fucking gaming PC. That's insane.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think it was around 3,500. Like if we're talking exact, but with the monitor too, which was like 1,200 or something. My whole setup for tower and monitor came out to like right about $5,000.
I was gonna say I'm pretty close to like 1,500 or a bit more for what I have plus the upgrade I did to it.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
My this rig has been one that I've continued to upgrade parts on it, you know what I mean, and rebuild, you know, slowly rebuild it over and over and over again. So like I think I've got overall invested, I think I'm right around that $1,500 mark. You mean like in total, but that's like I still have parts in this machine, you know what I mean, that I built or that I put in here 5 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like my disk drive, you know, like my freaking hard disk that was in there. Then even though I added an SSD, you know, I only put like, you know, my operating system and shit like that on my SSD, you know, like, and then I've got different things partitioned out. So I mean, like I'm about $1,500 total, I think, invested into this machine. But like, yeah, I couldn't even imagine what it would be like playing on a fucking $3,000 machine.
You know, it's not as different as you'd think.
It's not as different as you'd think.
Let me tell you where it's different, and let me tell you why I did it versus, because I will say right off the bat, for most people, it makes zero sense. But there was 2 reasons I did it. Number one, because I'd waited, like normally I would upgrade my PC probably every, 4 to 5 years. The one I was on was about 7 years old. It was still running the AMD FX 8350 and AMD R9 290X. So I mean, we're talking a couple series ago card. So it was very, very on its last leg. I mean, I could only stream in 720p, 30 frames per second, which I mean, that was, to be honest, for how old the PC was, that was good. All my PCs up to this one have been about $1,500 towers. Like just the tower have been about $1,500 builds. That's kind of always been my budget. But the reason that I made the change was for a couple reasons. The main reason, there was 2. Let me just get the first one out of the way. One reason was flex, because I work in I had a job, which 3 months after I built it, I lose my job. But I had a job making $100,000 a year. It's not that much for me to, and again, I live like I want to just because I know people listening to this podcast and stuff, like me and my wife both, we live very well below our means. We save a lot of money. We invest a lot of money because we're looking for something more in the future. The one area I do spend, like I spent, $5,000 on this new setup, but I mean, we probably save of our income. We probably put in the same year, we probably put $30,000 away into savings and investments of our income. So we save a lot of money. Or did. Again, I lost my job because of COVID, but and I'd had the job for 8 years. So part of it was a flex, but the main reason, part of it, like I could have went close to that without getting like the best of the best and built like a 20, instead of a 3,000 to 3,500 PC, I probably could have built like a 2 to 2,500 and gotten pretty much what I wanted. So the extra was a little bit of the flex, but the main reason was because I started making money from my content stuff. So right now with my YouTube, my Twitch channel, everything I do content wise, just in this, I've been doing it now, like where I've been consistent with it for going on, about a year and a half now. About a year into it, and I had made videos and stuff before, so I don't want people to think if they do this for a year they're going to be here, because it takes a while.
Right.
But after about a year, I'm now making about 3 to 5. It changes between like Amazon affiliates, between Twitch, subs and donations and all that stuff, between YouTube ad revenue and all that.
Adding all of it in, or are you just telling us YouTube?
No, I'm saying all of the content stuff, all my brand stuff. I'm making it ranges now between $300 to $500 per month.
Right.
So now that I'm actually making money and I'm getting viewers and stuff, my biggest thing was increasing my ability to pump out content. On my 7-year-old PC, if I was rendering, like for example, my 10 to 15 minute videos that I put out once a week, editing them would take me, compared to now, an extra 5 hours because of the lag and the struggle of trying to render through footage and all that in Premiere Pro and stuff. On top of that, my render time for completing a 10 to 15 minute video in 4K at 30 frames per second, couldn't even do 60 if I wanted to, like for gaming and stuff, but at 4K 30, it would take me about 3 to 4 hours that then I could not use my computer for anything else.
Right, because
Like
it's
in the middle of
capping out all of your
Right.
freaking
I'm using
processing
everything.
power.
Now, for the same video, so a 10 to 15 minute video, this computer renders it done 5 minutes.
So that is
change.
yeah. So that is
5
that is
minutes.
massive.
It's done.
But now I'm curious to know. Take the 4K out of it. What would your old one do at 1080p if you were pumping out a 10 to 15 minute at 1080p?
About half that time. About an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Holy fuck, dude. My PC right now, I am pumping out my 1080p, my 1080p content, and I could even process I'm gonna say a 45-minute video, or even I've even done like 2-hour live stream, edits like afterwards, and those take maybe a half hour at 2 hours.
Right, but you're talking about a PC a year old versus mine that was 7 years old. So that's what I'm saying. That's just the difference in PCs in the
mine's
last.
a fucking budget build.
Well, you said you probably got about 1,500, and that's what mine have always been up to this point. But now my point is, still, so you're saying $1,500 build, I'm saying $3,000 build. You're saying 30 minutes, I'm saying 5 minutes, I'm done in 4K.
Right, which is ridiculously good. Yeah, no.
And so because I started making money, to me it was like my first big investment. The actual thing right now that's going to make a difference in my quote-unquote business is having that game PC. Outside of that, the monitor was the other big thing, but that's because I wanted a monitor that would actually be good for color grading and stuff of footage in video editing, that had true accurate colors, but that would also be good for gaming. And unfortunately, to try to get both those things in the same package
costs a bit of money.
Still costs a bit of money. It's definitely becoming cheaper. Like, you're starting to see gaming panels that are coming out with nano IPS technology and stuff that have accurate colors, and the price is coming down quick. But when I built the PC, which was just a couple months ago, there wasn't many options where you could get a really good high quality gaming monitor that would handle this isn't even 4K, it's 1440p, but handle 1440p at, massive frames, like to take advantage of the PC that I built. I mean, there's no sense in getting 144 frames and you got a monitor that does 1440p at 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second.
Right. Yeah, that's just like the dumbasses that came into Best Buy looking to buy a 4K TV when all they were running was their stupid ass coax cable into their
Exactly.
thing with no 4K thing.
Yeah.
You know how many times I had to tell those people in the damn store, and they still didn't believe me, and they still spent like $7 or $8 grand when the 4K TVs first came out.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And I'm like, you're a complete idiot. I'm like, what do you watch? Like, what are you watching this on? And they're like, oh, dude, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna watch the NFL game, straight from cable one. And I'm like, yeah, on a coax cable. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, you do realize that's 720 that's coming through. You're not even getting true 1080p on that. And then they were like, no, dude, no, man, nope. It's gonna be 4K quality because I'm gonna get this 4K TV. Like, they didn't understand, dude. They dropped $7 grand, bro.
Okay, bud, bye, have fun.
Yeah, and
I like
exactly
people
the
who learn
same.
Their mistakes.
So again, that was the main. I don't spend a lot of money and stuff. I mean, if you see the house that me and my wife live in, it's a very small house. We bought it for $60,000 in over 5. You know, we took out a 5-year mortgage. That's $60,000 including the interest and everything. Like when said and done, after 5 years, we'll pay $60,000. The house is ours. Our cars are both paid off. We drive older cars. Again, we save a lot of money. We're investing for future things, for travel and things like that. So it just made sense for me. And again, the last little bit was a flex. I probably could have built a $2,500 PC and it would have been pretty similar to like rendering times and stuff. But I don't know, because I'll tell you what, that processor, the 16 cores, 32 threads is probably what's doing the brunt of those rendering works and stuff that just blow anything out of the water. I mean, I got 64 gigabytes of memory in this thing, so when I'm editing in Premiere or editing in Photoshop or any of that stuff, I got like, it's just a beast of computer. I don't regret building it one bit. I will like to kind of end it, and then we can move on to another topic, because there was something else I wanted to mention tonight, or something else that I thought was cool that you guys might also know nothing about. I don't know. But my last point was, like, if I was trying, like, now where I've just increased going from 1 video a week on YouTube to 3 videos a week, my normal video, a gaming video, and the podcast, which the podcast, is, 2 to 3 hours, anywhere from an hour to 3 hours of content that I got to then edit and then, export and everything out of Premiere Pro, and the amount of time that would normally take. I would not be able to do 3 videos a week on my old setup. Without this setup, I wouldn't be able to do what I just had to do.
Your schedule up, at least.
No, not at all. I mean, and to be able to stream 3 days a week, and I just wouldn't be able to do it with the PC that I had. So I don't regret it one bit. It was probably one of the best decisions. I was so nervous to do it and to pull the trigger when I first did it, because I'm like, is this just a waste of money? Because I had always, again, all my builds had always been about the same, like $1,500. I'm like, that's the best price per performance number. And that still is true. Like, you're probably going to get the best bang for your buck if your budget's around $1,500. You start going over that, are you going to get increased performance? Yes, but you're going to pay for it, just like you would in other bleeding edge technology stuff. But for my case, 6 months, and that's if I don't grow at all. 6 months, $500 a month for my content stuff, I paid it off. And I got a computer that lets me do anything and everything I need to do, for the foreseeable future, for the next 5 to 7 years, 5 to 8 years. So, I look at it that way. But anyways,
I completely get it.
So does anybody else want to throw out a topic, or I got another one if you guys are? There was something else I was wanting to talk about. But we can go somebody else first.
Yours. Oh.
I mean, it might be quick because you guys might not pay. But did you guys see Bitcoin at all? Broke $16,000 again. It's slowly creeping back up. I don't think a lot of people realize it's creeping back up.
Yep. No idea. No interest. My bad.
No interest. You're crazy, dude.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't have a whole lot of it or a whole lot of knowledge in it, but I ironically that you say that, how or when did that? When are you referring to this? Was this like yesterday, day before, a couple days ago, or was this like actually like just recently?
It was over 16,000. It went over 16,000 for the first time since the last time when it went up to its all-time high, which was like 18.5 around, I think. And then it had that big crash down to like $4,000.
Right.
And it's been slowly creeping back. And it's went from like 11,000 over like the last 2 weeks. It broke 10,000, and like over the last 2 to 3 weeks, after it broke 10,000, it has gone up to, it broke 16,000 2 days ago, I think. 2 days ago. It was over 16,000 yesterday. Today it's just under 16,000. It's sitting at like 15,900 and something. So today it's down just to $15,930. It's what it's sitting at right now as we speak.
Okay.
But yeah, so it came back below that 16,000, but it's not like crashing down or anything. But super exciting.
So the only reason why I asked was because, ironically, my dad randomly called me the other day and was asking me, or was telling me on the phone about Bitcoin. And this is the first that he's ever really, looked into it or heard about it or anything else, And I actually have heard a lot of people, and I know some people who actually rented a spot downtown in the city, and they set up like I think roughly 100 miners like in this building, you know what I mean, to try to mine out Bitcoin.
Yep,
and they eventually had to close the doors because they couldn't afford it, because the mining, the mining wasn't finding the coins, enough, versus what they were paying out, you know what I mean. So they ended up closing it down or whatever, and shutting it up. But the only I have a lot of questions about Bitcoin. One of the biggest ones is and it sucks because you can't even Google it. Like, you can Google it, but it still doesn't answer the question. Like,
well, what's the question?
What I don't understand with Bitcoin is I don't get how, like, what makes it valuable? Like, where does the value come into play? Like, how does a cryptocurrency, or how does a currency that's not, you know what I mean? Like, I can't go to Walmart, and pay, with my Bitcoin. Does that make sense? So like what I don't understand is, like, where's the value coming from? Is it just because people are acting like it's valuable? It's kind of like baseball cards, right? Like, who gives a fuck about, piece of cardboard, printed out? It does absolutely nothing, but it has value for whatever reason, because somebody out there is willing to pay $1 million for the card.
Right. Same thing with the US dollar.
Comic books or any other collectible, really?
Or the US dollar.
Well,
What do you mean by the US dollar?
Well, why is the US dollar worth $1?
I thought it was just because that's the standard, that's the way that it's always been said as the country, right? Like, it's,
well, what about before there was the United States?
Because what?
What about before there was the United States?
Yeah, all currency is inherently worthless unless you put value on it yourself. That's what he's trying to point. Yeah.
No. And I get what he's saying, but what I'm trying to understand is, okay, so like you have a currency for a country, right?
Mm-hmm.
How often do countries switch their currency that they've had, native for how long? You see what I'm saying? So like, so like you've got like the American dollar, right? We've had the American dollar for my understanding forever, right? I mean, like, that's been a thing, like, ever since we got rid of the gold system, wherever that ended.
We had the dollar system before we got rid of the gold being tied to a system.
Okay, but I'm saying, I'm talking about, like, the shit you see in, like, the old ancient movies and stuff, where like there was no dollars, it was all like fucking, you know what I mean, like gold and silver and shit. But
to be fair, even there was a million different systems.
Okay,
everybody had their own ideas.
Right, but so I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I'm trying to figure out what I don't understand is, I don't understand, like, if countries aren't just switching, their, what I would consider their main currency, right? Again, I don't want to say it's the native or whatever, but their main currency. I don't understand the rave behind Bitcoin. Like, what? How does people think that it's just gonna, one day the American dollar's not gonna be worth anything, and then somebody's gonna be like, oh, I know, let's start this brand new currency, and then the whole country adapts to it? I'm confused on how.
A couple things.
How does the currency become a currency?
So number one, a currency becomes a currency based on trust. So the US dollar is what the US dollar is worth because of the trust that we as the American people give it. So we say, okay, this is what this is worth. And we all agree on that. Whether you realize you do it or not, from the time you're a kid growing up and you're taught about money, you're taught that it's this important, valuable thing, you're being bred that doctrine inside of you, that this piece of paper is worth something. It's a standardized way for us to basically take labor and to put it into a monetary value that then because before currencies, what you would have to do is, let's say you were a fish on, you had to barter. So let's say you made fish. So then you had to go, like, let's say you needed some hay. You go to the hay guy and you're like, here's some fish. He's like, I don't need fish. I need apples. So you're like, fuck. So you go to the apple guy. Here's some fish. Well, I don't need fish, but I need, fucking pears. Like, so then you got to, like, go through all these people to get through. Yeah. But you get my point. The point is, like, you had to basically barter all this to get what else you needed. And if somebody didn't need what you needed, it made it difficult for you to barter. So what money did is basically you can sell your thing to anybody that needed your product, get money, and then that money could be used for any other product you needed. And again, the decision of how that's done is just on trust. all the way. I mean, the
Social contract.
the very first money
again.
that was actually used was she sells.
Seashells.
She sells. That was actually money at one point way back in the past. Like people used, and then it was, precious metals, silver, gold were used a lot. Even the US dollar was backed up by gold at one point as it was building its own value. But at some point, a currency just becomes established enough that it carries the value on its own. It doesn't need the gold back, and it doesn't whatever. But what most people don't realize is currencies lose trust all the time. You have companies like Venezuela where they had a dictatorship or like a guy that, and their currencies plummet. And you have that happening all the time. That's what Forex trading is. That's what different currencies are. So, for example, today, a U.S. British pound might be worth $1.61. So $1.61 in U.S. money for one British pound. Tomorrow, one British pound might be worth $1 of the U.S. thing. So what that means is when it's $1.61, it means the U.S. economy, the U.S. dollar is worth more than the British dollar. More people want to carry a U.S. dollar than they do a British pound. But that fluctuates all the time between different currencies. So all around the world, there's all these currencies are changing in value. People don't realize that. Like we don't ever see the value of the U.S. dollar change, but it does every day.
Prices don't change with
If-
those prices.
Yeah,
change,
like
with those
as
values.
China has grown into a larger economy and a larger GDP, their yen has become worth more than our dollar. So what does that look like on paper? Well, that means you can take 1 yen over there, and if you would have tried to change it for $1 last, 20 years ago, you might have got a penny. Now you can take that 1 yen, and today it's worth 20 cents in the U.S. dollar. That means the yen is increasing in value over the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar is not increasing enough to keep up with that. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I'm following along.
Okay.
But then I feel like, but I'm kind of pissed off that if my American dollar, do you know what I mean, like value is going down, then why the fuck ain't my prices going down to match that?
Welcome to Bitcoin. You're starting to get on the path to Bitcoin. So not only that, but you also have purchases. I think China uses yen. Okay, that might be true. I was just using examples, but yes, you're probably right. And my example, 1 yen, I don't even know what those are, those
Yeah, it's
ratios.
Just using a simple example.
But just using examples. But then on top of that, you have what's called inflation, where the government literally makes your money worth less every year. So let's say you put $100 in the bank this year. Next year, you lose 10% of it. The year after that, you lose 2% of it. The year after, I think I said 10% the first time, 2%.
You did.
You lose 2% every year. So the following year, you lose 10%, 2%. The following year, you lose 2% on your money. So over the course of however long, that $100 becomes essentially zero if you give it long enough time. I mean, it always divides by 2%, so it's never going to quite reach zero, but it's always just going to be worth less and less and less. And that's set up throughout the monetary system to happen because the government doesn't want to reward people for keeping their money. They want to reward people
want
for
people to
spending
spend
the
it.
money. Because if
Yeah.
nobody spends their money, then you have an economy crash. So it's actually set up like that.
Yeah.
This actually get me mad just talking about it, thinking how dirty some of these fucking crooks are, these fucking banks and shit. Not only that inflation stuff, but the government can print money anytime they want because they own the money. So at any time when there's debts or something that they need to pay, they can just print more money, which the more money they print, the more it
The less
devalues
value
your
it
currency.
actually has. Yeah.
Yeah, which I understand the concept behind inflation, and that makes sense. Like,
So
I
here's
just-
where
I don't know,
Bitcoin
that's kinda
comes
stupid.
in. Yeah. So now let me explain where Bitcoin comes in. So here's what Bitcoin gives you. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoins. There will never be another one. Nobody can ever make another Bitcoin. Once there's 21 million Bitcoins in circulation, that's all there is. If any Bitcoins are lost, if anybody misplaces their wallets, it could, the number just goes down. There can only be 21 million Bitcoins. That's it. It's divisible down to it's like 16 decimal points. So you can send someone 0.00000000000001 Bitcoin, and I forget the decimal points off the top of my head, but it's divisible. So there's lots of options there. So basically, as more get lost, as more become unrecoverable, the value just increases because then like right now. There was a total of 21 million Bitcoins. They say there's right now about 3 million that are completely lost, unrecoverable. So that means now the total supply is down to 18 million total Bitcoins. that's in existence. So, that's part of what leads to value. So there's no inflation and there's no, people can't print money. Like you just like governments can. You can't print money. So you never have to worry about the price of your Bitcoin going down, unless just everybody decides to abandon Bitcoin. So then here's where Bitcoin really shines, though. Like, that's just the simple thing. But here's where Bitcoin really shines. So money, we basically established, is essentially a bunch of people trusting something. We're all putting our trust into money. We're saying it's worth this. I can trade you this for this. Those prices always change, always fluctuate. But I know if I have money, I can buy stuff. It's worth something, even though it's just a piece of paper, because we all decided as a society that it is. So Bitcoin works, the way it works is the way that the math and the algorithm works is that it can provide that trust system without the need of a government. So because the problem with the government is the cases we were talking about earlier. They could print more money if they want. They can basically do with whatever with the money they want because they own the money. In Bitcoin, nobody owns the money. There is no own the money. Bitcoin is a bunch, the network is a bunch of computers and stuff connected together that's basically solving math equations. Super hard, super complex math equations. And these equations and stuff are so complicated that it takes basically putting together hundreds of thousands of computers, which is what people mine Bitcoins with, to process and to solve these equations. So unless somebody can build a supercomputer or a network of computers larger than the total network of the Bitcoin computers, they cannot crack it. They cannot beat it because it's the fastest. It's basically the fastest supercomputer in the world, Bitcoin's network. So unless somebody builds a network bigger, it can't be beat. It can solve these equations that no other computer can solve through all these various encryption methods. So then the way it works is you have basically separate computers verify each transaction on the network. So let's say I send you a Bitcoin. Well, there's basically a bunch of these, and there's a good analogy for this. Let me see. Bitcoin bill analogy. Let me see. So let me. Okay, hold on.
Gotta love these awkward silence.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, honestly, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm honestly trying to process this shit. Like, I'm listening to what
it is super complicated stuff. I mean, the algorithm, but the essential is imagine you have a digital ledger. So that's the blockchain. You probably have heard of the blockchain. So the blockchain keeps a track of every transaction that happens on the block with Bitcoins. So anytime anyone sends money to anybody, it gets recorded on the blockchain. So all of these computers, that's what they're doing, is keeping this blockchain, which is a ledger, like your checkbook that you write. When you write a check, you put in who it was to, how much it was, how much balance you have left, etc. But instead of a government or a bank having to keep track of all that information, it's all just done over the blockchain, over the Bitcoin network. But there's no one person that can change that information. There's no one person that can make, that can make any changes to that. So somebody can't go in and say that you only sent this much Bitcoin to the person or something like that and try to change it. That's just not possible, like it would be in a bank. You trust your bank, and for the most part, they do what they're supposed to do. But you trust your bank that if you pay someone so much money, you're going to have so much money left in your bank account. And if someone hacks your account or something, they cover you, et cetera, et cetera. On the Bitcoin, you don't have that. You don't have the bank. You don't have another party that could be doing something to your funds without your permission, basically. It's all handled by the Bitcoin network. It's all handled by this giant, collection of computers that make this supercomputer. That handles everything through math equations and stuff. So that's what gives it. So the essential is, again, that's all very complicated stuff. Even I can't explain it all very well because I don't know cryptography and all the
It
stuff
sounds like
that.
some goddamn Skynet shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's honestly crazy. But the basic line is the way that it does it can give the money trust. The only way that trust can be broken is if somebody could hack the Bitcoin network. So far, Bitcoin's been out since, when was Bitcoin released? Does anybody help me Google here?
No idea.
Let's see. When did Bitcoin come out? Okay, 2009. So every year that Bitcoin doesn't get hacked, Bitcoin becomes more valuable. Like in the beginning,
Makes
it was
sense.
very, very, Bitcoin's, when it first came out, Bitcoin's changed, there was a story of somebody that spent 10,000 Bitcoins for a pizza. 10,000 Bitcoins. You know how much that would be worth today? But back then, it was a new network. Nobody knew if it would actually work, if it would get hacked, if it could be compromised. But every year that it becomes more stable, that adds to the value. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can probably answer more if you ask more questions. I mean, like you asked one question and I just gave you all that, which is a lot. So I guess the
Right.
thing would be like, then what would the question be?
Okay,
So
my
basically,
so my
go
first
ahead.
question. So my first question right off of the bat is, you're saying that somebody doesn't have control or somebody can't do this or can't do that when it comes to Bitcoin, and there's only so many out there.
Right.
My first question is who the fuck invented Bitcoin? Didn't somebody invent Bitcoin?
Yes, nobody knows who that is.
How does nobody know who invented Bitcoin?
He did it anonymously. So if you remember, 2009 was the housing market crash in the United States. And if you remember, most people think like, oh, housing market crash. But why did the housing market crash happen? Do you know why? Wolf, do you know why?
No.
The housing market crash happened because banks were doing some shady ass shit.
Oh,
Banks
yeah,
were
yeah,
lending
yeah.
money to people they shouldn't have been lending money to. They were taking subprime mortgages, and then they were turning around and insuring with themselves to each other these mortgages so that they eventually, when they failed, they would make a lot of money because they knew they were going to fail because these people couldn't afford these mortgages. They would still make a lot of money because they took out all this insurance on all these mortgages and stuff. And the people that got hurt were the people that bought these houses, in essence. That caused the house. The banks caused the house. That's why a lot of them almost went out of business too. Like that was, and then we had to bail out. The American people had to bail out all these banks and everything because of their mistakes, because of their decisions, because of their greed. And so somebody released Bitcoin out, and his name, they have a name for him. His name that he went by online was who invented? Okay, Satoshi Nakamoto was the guy's name. That was his online name. That's not his. So he had an online name that allowed him to, that he published this Bitcoin white paper with that started the network. And it started with just a couple people. The Bitcoin network started off small. But for what made Bitcoin work was that when it started off small, Bitcoin wasn't worth anything. There was no reason for anybody to try to really hack Bitcoin, because if you hacked Bitcoin's network, woohoo, you stole 100,000 Bitcoins and you made 10 cents. But what happened is more and more computers came on the network over time. More and more people read the white paper. More and more people started learning it. And it's kind of like anything else. It's kind of like Facebook. When Facebook started, it started with a bunch of college students. Now look at it. Everybody and their grandmother's on it. So it's the same with Bitcoin. As more and more people use it, it's become more and more valuable. But as it's become more and more valuable and more people use it, the harder it has become for it to be hacked and cracked. So as long as there's enough people using it to where it doesn't make sense for someone to hack it or crack it, but again, as the value increases, there's only going to be more and more computers added to this Bitcoin network that's going to make it harder and harder to crack. I mean, because right now, like, my God, the computer resources you would need to crack Bitcoin is just astronomical. How much money would it take?
When you say all of these computers or more and more computers would be added to it and everything
Mhm.
else, so you're saying that there's like some place that all of this shit exists somewhere?
All over the world. So here's the cool thing about Bitcoin. So you know how, like you said, you had a friend that set up a mining operation of like 100 computers?
Right.
You have companies that have mining operations of 100, I don't know about 100,000, but let's just say 10,000 computers. And you have several of those across the world. You also have someone like myself who has a Bitcoin miner at their house, just an own normal computer.
Okay.
And you have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of those around the world now, as more and more people have become part of the network, gotten into the network. Now,
Yeah,
people have
it's
your cell phone. You can download apps that'll mine Bitcoin on your cell phone for you using your cell phone's processor and stuff, added to the network of the Bitcoin.
Okay. But so my question is still, I still don't understand. So you personally have one set up in your house, and as millions or hundreds of however many people have one in their house mining. Your whole premise is because you're hoping that you can find pieces to a coin to assemble a coin, right? In order to get a payout.
Twofold. I mean, yes, currently the way miners make money, so people that have Bitcoin miners set up, is remember I said that basically Bitcoin's network is a ledger that keeps track of all this money?
Okay.
Like your checkbook. So the Bitcoin miners are what do this, all those computers on the network. So currently the way Bitcoin releases is every how often is a Bitcoin? It's like every 15 minutes is a Bitcoin mined. Okay, every 10 minutes new Bitcoins are mined, okay? So that's how it started from the beginning. That's where the 21 million comes from. So the way this guy started it off is, so in order to get people to become miners, to make this Bitcoin network, is he said, if you do this, if you join this network, you'll earn Bitcoins, which are worth some money. In the beginning, it wasn't worth very much. But in the beginning, like with a normal gaming PC like you have today, you could have it run all day and earn 100 Bitcoins in a day. Now, it would probably take you, like off of a gaming PC at your house, it would probably take you a year to earn 1 Bitcoin. Probably longer, to be honest. I don't know. But the price has increased, so, 1 Bitcoin's worth a lot more. But anyways, but the way, so in the beginning, so people that saw value in this, decided they want to do it, they could earn a lot of Bitcoins. And if they knew, if they believed in it and wanted to hold it, they could, basically spend the electricity to run their computer at full blast 24/7 and earn Bitcoins. And hopefully that one day they would pay out and be worth way more than they are today. So every 10 minutes,
If that was the case, that'd be fucking insane if a person had 100 Bitcoin.
oh, there's a lot of people that do.
Why
So
haven't they cashed out? I would have cashed out.
well, because dude, most people think Bitcoin's easily going to go to $1 million eventually. The people in this,
eventually before
Yeah.
they fucking die.
well, yes,
Well,
with it, let's
that's
say
speculation, man.
20 years. Yeah, it is speculation, but it's just like investments. You hold those for years and years.
Yeah.
Like wealth, at a certain point when you make enough money, how much money you have on you isn't that important anymore. It doesn't cost that much money as you would think to be alive. Like your day-to-day
no.
operation.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that, but like, I don't know, dude. That's it's.
And I'm
crazy
sure
to
they
me
did
that-
sell some. I mean, I'm sure they've cashed out. I mean, some people have cashed out some and they have made huge paydays. I mean, I have a friend personally that got in see, I made mistakes in the beginning. I got in super early to Bitcoin back when it was like worth like a couple dollars per Bitcoin. And I had at one point like 200 Bitcoins. Well, then Bitcoin went up to $100, had like a huge jump, like went from like a couple dollars to like shot up like a freaking to $100. And then there was a huge, wait, can't hear you. What happened? Wait, why can't you hear me? I'm still lighting up. Wolf, can you hear me? Wolf, can you hear me? Wolf, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Okay. Kodesh said he couldn't hear me for a minute. Let me drag him back in.
cut
Yo, can you
out
hear me now?
right at the beginning of that.
Can you hear me now, Kodations?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know what the heck happened.
I
All
don't
of
know.
a sudden, it like went mute. I'm watching the stream at the same time on the other monitor, and I couldn't hear you. And so I was like, "What the hell is going on?" So finally, I disconnected, and I sent you a message in the chat on stream because I saw you still talking. I'm like, no, don't.
Yeah, so what I was saying though was that some people have cashed out some. Like I have a friend that got in super early, and has had a lot of Bitcoin, and now he's 30 years old. He's retired, and he travels back and forth between Michigan and Costa Rica. He has a place down in Costa Rica that he goes down there half the year, and he comes up to Detroit half the year. And he's like 30 something years old, retired now. He was a content creator online, did a lot of stuff, got into it early. Yeah. Me, like I said, I started, it was worth a couple dollars. I mined for a long time, got up to like 200 Bitcoins, but I made a stupid mistake. Number one, it had like a bull run up to like stocks do up to like $100 per Bitcoin. And I sold a lot of my Bitcoin and then it crashed back or no, it went up to like $100 in Bitcoin. I forget exactly how it happened, but basically it went up, it crashed, it started going up again. And I thought it was gonna, I thought, oh no, this is the end of Bitcoin. And I sold. This was before I was like a big believer and I was just in it for the money. And then I started building it again and I had a nice stash. But then what I did was I kind of got into, there was a lot of like, mining and stuff like you're talking about. But I kind of did it backwards. What I should have did was I should have bought mining gear and stuff with real money and then saved my Bitcoins. But as I was making Bitcoins, I was then using those Bitcoins to buy more mining equipment and stuff and to buy more things to get more Bitcoins. But it just, that didn't work very well. It would have been better to hold on to my Bitcoin because the problem was I would pay $500 US, but in Bitcoin, the equivalent. But then Bitcoin was rising in price, whereas the US dollar wasn't. And it fucked me up. So needless to say, I don't have anywhere near what I had, or I'd be
You were
retired
wasting
even at.
potential money when you could have
Correct.
just been using
Correct. It would be like trying to right now sell like Tesla stock for the chance of getting more Tesla stock in the future. But it's like you lost all those gains on what Tesla stock is now to what it could be by the time you get more Tesla stock, if that makes sense.
Well, let me throw this in here
Sure.
to you. So the one interesting thing now, maybe because I'm not gonna lie, you, from the time that I have met you till now, just asking questions, talking in conversations. I mean, now the podcast, just us, our friendship manifesting, you have opened my eyes to a lot of different perspectives and different things in a good way. And so you might be able to help and aid in this factor too. But all my life, dude, I have been a hardcore, like, playing it safe, like zero risk, zero nothing, like yeah, I've got a 401. I mean, I've got a match, or a matched Roth IRA. I've got all that stuff like through my work and everything, and I do match up to what they put in there. You know what I mean? And I do, whatever the person recommends me to do. That is there. But I don't play stocks. I've never played the lottery my entire life. I mean, I've never been one to partake in a lot of that stuff because of the risk factor. Like, it doesn't even matter, even if a lottery ticket cost me $5. In my mind, I've always thought to myself, well, I can go to the store and I can buy something for $5, right? Like I can see what that $5 is getting me, right? And I've never had that mindset to take that risk. And that's kind of like the same thing with my content creation. I talk about a lot of things, or I don't want to say aspirations, but maybe that's what they are. But like dreams are like things that, I would love to try to do, like starting businesses or starting different things. But if there's a risk involved, I struggle to ever make that leap. Do you know what I mean? And I know that when you look in history and you compare it to like a lot of, rich people or successful people, or people who have, accumulated wealth or whatever, a lot of times it did come down to, they had to take a risk at some point. You know what I mean? That risk either paid off for them or they learned something from it, you know what I mean? And then they learned something new, whatever it was, that allowed them to do that. But I don't know if it's just the way I am or the way I was raised, but like I struggle with that kind of stuff. And that's kind of what I see Bitcoin with.
Yeah,
what if a person buys in the Bitcoin and it just plummets, or you sell it out and you make a little bit of money, but it's like, is it worth it, or the money that it takes to invest in it right away? Same thing with stocks. I would love to play the stocks, let it sit there and accumulate and never really sell out, especially if I believed in something. Like if I believed in like Facebook back in the day, like that makes sense to me. But it's like, but what if it never got to what it was and you sold it out, or what if it did, you know what I mean, and you were able to get a payout, but like, I don't know, dude, it's just interesting to me.
Well, okay, so a couple things that maybe help. I can only tell you my mindset. I can't tell you, and I can't tell other people how to think, but let me just say my mindset on it. So number one, I'm not taking any risks at all. I'm very risk averse. I don't take risk in my life. I don't take risks with my money. I am super, super conservative when it comes to all of that stuff. I would not consider anything I'm doing to be risky. Not
Yeah,
one
I was
thing.
gonna say, like,
I don't play lottery. Number one, let me just, since you threw, I know you weren't, but I do not play the lottery. I would never play the lottery. The lottery is a scam. It is complete
Straight up
luck.
and down.
It's like, cool. You know someone that won $20,000 off of it. I can tell you 5 bazillion people that lost $20,000 on it. Nothing that I'm doing is luck. If you can't tell just like by the way of me talking about it in the last, let's say 30 minutes, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So it's not me just, I'm not in, okay, and this is going to sound weird. Everybody loves to make money, yes, but I learned something quite a couple years ago that there was a shift for me in my mindset. And that is, if you want to make money, stop trying to make money. If you want to make money in life, start trying to find stuff that you support and that you think is good for humanity as a whole, and then put your money there. Not because you're necessarily not necessarily because you want to make more money, but because it's the right thing to do. The side effect just is that you're going to make more money. I didn't invest in Tesla super early because I wanted to make a huge payout. I invested in Tesla super early because I thought what they were doing was super fucking dope, and I thought it was going to help change the world. I didn't get involved in Bitcoin early because I wanted to make a shit ton of money off Bitcoin. I got invested in it early because I saw hundreds of thousands of people losing their homes because of banks being greedy as fuck. And I thought, man, this isn't right that banks can do this to people. Obviously then rewards started coming.
To be
like,
fair,
then
the
I
money doesn't. Yeah.
Like, and I'm not like gonna claim like, oh, I'm super, I'm not here for the, like, money's awesome.
Yeah,
like, hell yeah.
It's not altruistic as entirely, but
right.
there.
But it's the thought that if, like, okay, you can make money in life at 2 ways. You can make money stealing and hurting people, or you can make money helping people. And I just decided to try to make money helping other people, if that makes sense, or supporting things that I thought could help other people. Or, I mean, it's the same with my content. It's why I help, other streamers try to grow. It's why I help you all the time try to, with your live stream stuff, Codations. It's why I, try to help people like Yasuo. I mean, with all the depression and stuff he has, and he's in and out of the streams, and sometimes he's here and he's always flaky on me. And like, I mean, like most people would probably be like, you're not a good friend, dude. Like, peace out. I don't need, but I just think if you try to do what's right, it always pays off. And so that's my goal, is not how much money can I make with this, or what can I invest in that's going to make me a bunch of money. It's what can I invest in, or what can I help with that's going to do the most good. And by most good, I just mean the most good that I can do. And, so things I'm interested in are technology. So Bitcoin, Tesla, electric vehicles, things like that. And then outside of that, the altruistic part of it, of looking for those, I do a shit ton of research. Like, you have to.
I was actually going to bring that up. It's also
Yeah,
the research.
You have to do a shit ton
You
of
have to
research
do the
into this
research.
stuff. Like, I didn't just hear about Bitcoin and then like, oh, okay, maybe I can make a bunch of money. Maybe I'll get lucky and buy a bunch of Bitcoin. I learned all the stuff I'm explaining to you now. When I invested in Tesla, it wasn't like I just bought a bunch of Tesla stocks and said, oh, what the hell?
Threw a
Like,
dart at the board and took
I
whatever came up.
researched
Yeah.
Elon Musk. I read his biography book, or not. Is the autobiography the one you write, or which one's the one somebody else writes?
Doesn't
Biography?
matter.
Well, the one that, but I'm
mean,
saying it wasn't
yeah.
his autobiography. It was a biography on him. Like, I read to find out what type of guy he was. I researched, he started PayPal and stuff. I researched his past companies. I researched, his kind of the character of Elon Musk. Like, is he trying to, like, what's his character? Is he, from what I can see, a good person? Is he actually trying to, or is he just trying to make a bunch of money? Like, so it's a lot of, like, I would not classify anything I do as luck. Anything I'm invested in because I've studied the shit out of it. I believe They got room to grow. I believe they're doing good things in the world. All that stuff. Does that make sense?
No, it completely makes sense. But okay, so then I guess my question is, so then I agree with you in the sense of like you were making the decision or the conscious decision to invest in something because of, like you were saying, you believe in that thing, or there is some type of driving factor. I mean, that you support that claim, or you support whatever it is, and you honestly believe it. And like you said, it's backed by research. I agree with that statement, but the fact that there's still that risk factor in the sense of you could still lose your ass. Do you know what I mean? Like, like even if you believe in it, you still lose. Go
Here's
ahead. The thing, when you're doing this stuff, as long as you don't put everything you have into it, you're not risking enough to bother you that much.
Correct.
Like, that's the thing. Stocks are not the casino. You're not going to take everything you own and put it in stocks. You're going to take what you can spare.
Well,
and
that's the correct way. Some people do it the other way.
Well, yeah, and they're not smart sometimes.
Correct. So let me give you let me give example with that. So for example, I have a Roth IRA through, retirement fund. That the maximum that I can contribute to that per year set by the US government, I contribute to. First, we have a savings account that if we had trouble, like I lose a job or we have an unexpected home repair, we have currently it would be probably about a half a year's worth of income in a savings account, just in cash.
Makes sense.
So that we could live for 6 months with neither one of us working if we had to. We could pay our bills. Like, we might not be living how we're living right now, but we have 6 months of bills of right. We could pay our bills before we would then be like, oh shit, now what are we gonna do? So my life, that's, again, it sounds risky, but I'm quite the opposite. I'm very risk averse. I always plan for the risk, and then comes the risk.
And I get, no, and I get that, but I guess what I'm trying to explain, I guess, isn't being received the way I'm trying to explain.
No, I get what you're trying to say. I do, because
I get what you're saying.
You're saying you could still lose money on something that you believe in.
Correct. Like I'm still saying that. Yeah, you're right. You're right in the sense that you're not going to be bankrupt, right? Like you're not taking all of your money that you have and all of your assets and dumping it into something, right? That you could just instantly lose everything tomorrow and be a homeless person. Like I get that concept, and you're right. But I'm saying, like, that's still the fact that it's not foolproof, right? Like, like, to give you a dumbed down version, or that goes on in my head, like I said, the $5 deal, right? Mm-hmm. That, okay, never mind. We'll actually go with a stock. Let's say you got $500, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say it's $500 extra. All of your bills are paid. All of your savings, are paid up. Everything is paid up, and you have $500 that's just sitting there. Right. And you decide, okay, I'm going to invest this $500 into this stock. And then let's just say, just like you did with your first however many shares or whatever you had, not shares, but however many Bitcoins you had, it fell, it rose, it did whatever, you sold out on it or whatever. Maybe you made a little bit of money, maybe you lost a tiny bit of money, whatever the case may be, versus taking that $500, right? And getting something, let's say that, I don't know, you wanted a new console, right? So you wanted the new console, you spent that $500, you got an instant item, you didn't lose your ass on that console. Does that make sense?
I actually knew you were going to bring this up.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But
so I guess
in 5 years, that console's worth zero.
Correct, but you got your money's worth out of that console for the 5 years, guaranteed, right? Like, I mean, you enjoyed playing that console. You got something from that value versus losing it. If that stock was to plummet, never climb back up, you lost that $500 in the sense of losing $500.
Sure. Yep. I get what you're trying to say.
I knew he was gonna.
So again, you're thinking risk, which is how most people think. Okay, so now let's say I do all the things I'm supposed to do. I have $500 to spend, and I believe Bitcoin is just the next big thing. Mm-hmm. So I invest that $500 in Bitcoin, right?
Okay.
No, right? No, I don't. I invest $100 in Bitcoin. I invest $100 in Facebook. I invest $100 in Tesla. I take the risk and I spread it out. Are all 5 of these companies going to fail? Are all 10 of these companies going to fail? Are all 500 of these companies going to fail? I don't just own Bitcoin. I don't just own Tesla. I don't just own Apple. I don't just I own shares of all of these companies. So all of these companies would need to go to zero for my $500 to go to zero.
Correct. But if 2 of them go down, that's a loss of $200.
If you're split up $100 into 5 stocks, yes.
Well, it doesn't matter how you split it up. If you lose money, you're losing money, is what I'm saying.
Correct. But the chance for you to lose money is negated. I'm not saying there's zero risk. I'm saying I always risk avert.
There's never going to be
zero risk. I mean, if you want zero risk, you're going to make $80,000 a year. You're going to have your Xbox and be happy with your $80,000 a year. The economy's set up, though. People don't realize this. Like, people think all the economy's out to get them. Inflation. The economy is set up for every single human to invest in the human society as a whole. Most people don't realize money is set up to force people to do good. If you don't get money. If you do, you get more money. That's just how it works. It's not luck. It's do good, get rewarded. Invest in things that are going to help humanity, get rewarded. Some are going to fail. Sure, you're going to make mistakes. But it's just like anything else in life. The more companies you study, the more you research, the more you're going to be able to find what makes a good company, how to tell companies that are going to do well in the world, and all of that. And it's a skill, just like anything else. Just like anything else. And so you put in the time, it pays for itself. It's a skill you learn, then you make money.
Right. And I'm not, I mean, again, I don't want you to, I don't want you to take it as I'm shitting on you. I mean, that principle.
No. I'm not taking it like that at all.
I mean, we're right. And I'm not, I'm not, it's just, I'm saying, it's just hard. I don't know, man. It's a hard concept. Because
it's not a hard concept. It's hard being human because all we care about is ourselves.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's everybody.
But you're still, but not in the sense of when you say that, it sounds like you're stating that the reason why you're investing in stocks is strictly to help other people.
No, I recognize my own selfishness, but again, I can use my own selfishness for evil. And not to get super spiritual, but I'm saying this again, I can only share my thoughts. I can use my own selfishness for evil, or I can at least recognize it and try to do the best that I can do, knowing that I'm a flawed human being. Of course I want money. That's why I said at the beginning, of course it's not completely altruistic, but I can make a decision that, okay, you want to make money? How can you make money helping other people? How can you make money investing in companies that are going to help other people, help humanity, help society?
Okay, so so that last thing that you just said makes a lot of sense. Okay, I missed that part. I was trying to figure out where you were going to tie that back in. You mean as far as how is investing or how is playing the stocks or Bitcoin or whatever, how is that helping somebody by just, buying Bitcoin or mining Bitcoin? But I get what you're saying. You're saying it's because you're investing in something, that somebody else is trying to push or, create like a company or a product or whatever else, you're
correct.
And
Outside of doing that, investing in other people that I think are doing good in the world, I do that to myself. That's my whole content. And this is just me personally. My whole content is trying to make other people feel good in their lives. Is trying to help other people. Is trying to that's my whole content is not me playing video games. It's me helping you try to grow and play video games. My whole content is not me trying to grow a live stream. My whole content is trying to help somebody else grow a live stream. And that's just a personal choice.
Right.
That's just my choice of how to do it.
Yeah.
There's people that strictly do it just for entertainment, that are just try to be funny, just try to be, which I try to be funny, but I'm saying my main thing is trying to help other people. That's just my thing. That's just what I enjoy doing. So that's how I do it across my entire life. It's how I do it in my investing. It's how I do it in my own content creation business. It's how I do it in my own family. It's how I do it with my, like,
Right.
I'm just always trying to
but
help.
You do it. Right. But you're not doing it blindly. You're doing it with a shit ton of research behind it.
It's
You
not
know,
that I'm
And
doing, it's
that's the main point. The research is the part. Like,
correct.
anybody can make money doing things if they know what they're doing. You have to know what you're doing. That's as simple as, I mean, it's anything. Like anything in life. If you don't know what you're doing, you're not gonna do very well. Like, you might
Right.
learn what you're doing, but sooner or later you're going to have to learn to do what you're doing.
Right. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I was just trying to make that statement, you know what I mean, on that risk factor to me, I mean, you know, which still is there. It's still just, I don't know, man. Maybe, like I said, maybe it does boil down to, you know, maybe it boils down to the way that I was raised. And what I mean by that is, you mean, is
It
me
probably
being-
is, man.
is me being, you know, like Derek knows a little bit, but like me being like completely broke, homeless, moving a shit ton of times. You know, my mom was, you know, horrible with money. We had zero money, like nothing, like no money. There was times where I didn't get shit for like 7 Christmases in a row because we had zero money. And I think that's like changed my perspective, you know what I mean, you know, on the value of money. Does that make sense? Like not that I'm constantly chasing the dollar, right? But like I value that I value money in the sense of in every one of my decisions, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I make sure that I get every single bit out of that dollar or out of every single bit out of that, you know, cent. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? And so like, I feel like that's why all of my decisions, my entire life have been safeguarded by, okay, I've got $5. You know what I mean? What do I need to buy first is my necessities. How can I make that $5 make sure that I'm getting in return, you know, the most that I can for that $5, you know what I mean? With, like I said, without losing that $5. Does that make sense? Like it's kind of like,
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
call it in
Weird
finance. We call it a scarcity mindset. You think money's determined. You think how much money you have is
yeah, I was
determined on how much money you have. How much money you have is not determined on how much money you have. How much money you have is determined on how much value you provide into society. That's it.
To put it a different way, how to phrase this to not sound like an asshole before everything else. Essentially, it's like, damn, never mind. I can't figure out a way to freaking say it.
Yeah, I mean, I get the mindset.
I'll work on this one. Yeah.
I get the mindset. I get what you're saying. And again, but what you're saying, I do. Like me and my wife, we have budgets that we're very strict with. We control how much But what you're saying, I mean, you're saying that, but then it's also like I'd rather go buy the $500 Xbox that is not a necessity instead of investing in my future, which is a necessity.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, all right. Let's put it this way. Okay. It's hard to explain. Dude.
Like I was having problems.
I'm not. Listen. Okay. Yeah. Listen. I'm not. It's not that I'm not investing in my future. I'm investing in my future, but I'm investing in my future in my eyes, guaranteed safely. Does that make sense? Like so what I'm trying to say is like I'm taking money, right? Like you said, putting it into a savings account. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I'm taking money and putting it into a simple Roth IRA. I'm putting money into a
All good things.
match
Yeah.
401k. I'm doing things in my mind that I'm not losing. So I guess
a couple
what I'm
things.
trying to say is, well, no, hold on. I just wanted to interject by saying,
Sure.
like, I wanted to back up that I'm not taking my money, right, and not planning for the future by blowing it on shit that I don't need. That's not what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like I'm taking money.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I bump in for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, what it is we're not trying to say that you're not putting any money towards your future. What we're saying is that once you've got that money for your future, then you decide, okay, what do I do with the extra? The extra is what we're talking about, not the stuff you need, but the extra. When you're talking about the extra, you're saying, okay, I have $500 extra. I'd rather just get stuff for myself that I want, as opposed to, can I add that into the extra? You know, can I take that extra and do something to get even more extra? It's a minor thing.
Okay,
It doesn't really
but take away-
hurt.
Yeah.
It
But
just-
take away the $500 extra and buy something that I want for myself. That's not the case. $500 extra is going into savings account. That's just staying in the savings account and just sitting there. Instead of that money working for me to potentially make money, like investing in stocks or investing in other things, it's sticking there, stockpiling up.
That was the problem, because the analogy you made earlier, you basically did say that, where you were like, I would just go buy the Xbox as opposed to, you know, putting the money in it. Like, that was the problem. Like, I see what you're saying. I got it now. That was, like I said, it was just the phrasing you used was
okay, and that could be and that could be the case. But to go back to that point with the Xbox thing, I was just making a statement by saying I know what I'm getting with that money at that time. That's what I guess I was trying to use with that analogy. I wasn't saying to go buy an Xbox because it's not a necessity. I was saying it could be anything. I could have said, you know, I was going to buy $500 worth of food.
I understand that. The rest of it made sense.
Right.
Okay. Well, then what you do is, instead of investing into things that can be risky, you look for the things that are definitely going to be, you know, a sure thing. There are stocks out there that have not moved much, but they've moved enough that you can really tell, hey, this is always going to go slightly up. Like, I wouldn't know them. I've never fucking looked at the stock market to save my life. I'm just saying, I know that they exist. There are these rock solid companies that just have not moved, that you can put money into and be like, you're never really going to lose on them. Like, they're never going to go away.
Yeah,
they might fluctuate a bit.
Yeah,
but then all you got to do is wait for that good moment.
Right,
know?
and they do exist.
Hi there, Love Cakes. How are you doing this evening?
Because they
the wife or the kid?
Actually, the chat person
on screen.
But
like, you're right. And you're right. They do exist. They do exist, Wolf, because
hey, thanks for the follow, Love Cakes.
My 401k match through work, you know what I mean? Like, that was one of the options they gave you. You know what I mean? Like, you can set up your plan, you know, 3 different ways. You can set it up where it's super conservative, right? Where like they don't play with your money hardly at all. Do you know what I mean? But investing in those super, like you said, you know, safe stocks that they just slowly over time continue to climb. Do you know what I mean? So you'll make a little bit of money over however many years type of thing until you retire, you know, and you'll gain money. You're not going to really lose money at all. Versus then, you know, setting it up like, you know.
Yeah. Can I interject, boys? Do you guys mind?
Yeah,
sure. There's a couple things here that are getting a little wrong. Low wrong.
Fair enough.
So number one, if you put $100 in your savings account, you're not guaranteed money. Again, you lose 2% every year to inflation. So if you put every $100 you put in your savings, the next year take 2% off. So if you have $100 in your savings, next year it's only worth $98.
Yeah.
Even though it still says 100, it's only worth $98. That's the price of everything that keeps going up. Milk, eggs, coffee, everything.
Yeah, fair
inflation.
Makes
Number
sense. 2,
your Roth IRA and your 401k are both invested in the stock market. They're buying what's called an index fund. An index fund is like, you can buy the S&P, Vanguard S&P 500, which is you buy a share of the Vanguard S&P 500 and you own a little bit of the 500 shares on the stock market. So that's why I said diversification. That's where that term comes from. That's where I said, like, I don't invest like if I have $500, I'm not investing $100 in Bitcoin. I'm not investing $100. I'm investing in an index fund, which is invested in 500 companies. So I have less fear that all 500 of those companies are going under, especially because they're not all small companies. You also make money not just on the gains of the stock, but you have companies like Coca-Cola where when you own a stock, you own part of the company. You own part of the company. It's not just a piece of paper. The reason it goes up or down in value is because you own a part of the company. You're an owner in Coca-Cola if you buy Coca-Cola stock, depending on how many shares of stock there is. So a lot of stocks, especially ones that have been around a while, like Wolf was mentioned, pay dividends. Dividends mean
Yeah, I
just for
forgot about that whole
owning that
system.
piece of stock, you make every 3 months, every quarter, when financials are done, you make it like, let's say you own a share of Coca-Cola. Every 3 months, you make 33 cents. That's on top of any of the stock going up or down or anything. You make that
Yeah.
33 cents. Whether the stock is $5, whether it's $25, you make 33 cents for that share. As long as you hold it. That stuff adds up quickly. So, but with all that said, so the reason I'm saying that with your IRA is you very well can lose all of your money in your IRA. You very well can lose all of your money in your 401k. In fact, at the housing crisis, when the housing market collapsed, there was a
Yeah,
lot of
there was
people
a lot of
that
people
lost a
lost
lot of their retirement stuff. That was a big thing at that time. A lot of people lost half of their retirement's value during that crash. If we were to ever go into a depression, your retirement might be worth $500,000 today. We go into a depression, your retirement's worth $100,000. You're just as much the only difference is somebody else is controlling all your money and deciding what is a good company and what isn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas with
and that and I would 100% I 100%.
So I just want to make it clear, there's not no risk. You're still taking risk.
Right. No, and I agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. So you would agree with my grandma's philosophy then. My grandma right now does not believe in banks, and she literally hoards all of her money, every bit of her money at her fucking house. And with that being the case, like you would agree with that by stating that like if the economy was to tank back like it did however long ago, years ago, people ran to the banks, right? Like during the Great Depression or whatever it was, to grab their shit. The bank's like, we ain't got no money for you. And they're like, bullshit, where's all my money? That was in the bank or whatever. You know what I mean? My grandma in that case, would be right to, or a better situation to have that money sitting there at her house or buried in the backyard because she would then have it. Do you know what I mean? And the government wouldn't be able to not give it back to her.
Possibly. That's
Yeah,
a
I was
very
gonna say yes and no.
a couple things. Maybe shortly, but here's what would happen. The price of everything would go skyrocket because everybody's like, yo, there's no, or probably more what would happen is the people would probably, like, if they couldn't get cash, people would probably start bartering again. Cash would probably lose its value because nobody has it. That's what you see a lot. Like in Venezuela, you see people, like, no lies, you can look up videos of people taking wheelbarrows full of cash just to go buy a loaf of bread. Wheelbarrows full of their cash because it became so
Worthless.
worthless, that it just nobody
Right.
wanted it anymore. It wasn't
And that
worth
makes-
anything. It no longer worked.
Right.
So
Right. And that
maybe
makes sense.
short term she'd be better off because at least she has some money to keep buying her stuff. The real person better off would be the doomsday prepper that has 100 years worth of food in an underground storage thing that would last forever. But
I was actually gonna
to
put
live
that
your
out.
life as a the sky is falling type person, I don't operate that way because to me it's a form of selfishness. I'm either going with the economy or I'm not. Like, I'm either with humanity or I'm not. The reason the economy fails, the reason that we have depressions and stuff is exactly because of that mentality. Too many people start thinking the end is coming. And so too many people start not wanting to spend their money. So everybody keeps it and starts hoarding it. Too many people wants to jack up their prices because they want more money because they like the depression is caused by that thought process.
Right.
Like, because again, if money is only what we make it. So
Yeah.
what makes money become worthless? Us. Like, so that mentality is what leads us to the Great Depression. So it's funny because it's the very thing that they're trying to avoid, or that you're trying to not be risky as, that leads us to that place. The way the economy works is by us all working in the economy. That's just how it, that's the economy. So again, it goes, like, I hate to, but it goes back to, like, you can do what I feel is like the right thing to do, or you can do what's kind of like if you want to be selfish and hoard all your money, you're going to get selfish results. Your cash sitting at your home is going to lose 2% of its value every year. If you want to do good with your money and invest in good companies that then because what companies win in the world? Companies that help humanity. Like, if it doesn't provide us a service that helps us all, the company goes under. If it provides a service that helps us all, the company grows. Like, It's not rocket science, in my opinion. It's like, and I don't mean to make it sound so easy either, but it like that's how simple it is to me. Like, do good, good happens.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand that. And like, I mean, I did start the conversation off by saying, you do share, you do your values and the things that you point out to me, and tell me, do enhance my decisions, or make me look at something from a different perspective, in a good positive way. So no, I'm not shitting on your philosophy at all, or that that I feel like, or that I disagree with you, or that I feel like that my thing is not bad or good or whatever. I'm just saying I've never done the research, enough, to look at it from that perspective. I always thought, that I'm playing it safe, by
but
sure, not
right.
taking,
But let's replace
not doing
safe
this or not doing that.
Let's replace safe and risk with two other words. I'm doing what's best for me. Safe. I'm doing best what's for others. Risk. Like it. And I'm not like but like what is safe? Safe is caring about yourself. You're worried where your next meal is going to come from. You're worried about, are you going to have enough money? You're worried about selfishness or abundance. Are you operating scarcity or plenty for everyone? Are you operating the world's going to end and society's going to collapse? Are you operating we all work together and that's what makes this great society that we live in, that we're no longer all standing out of the field working 15 hours a day just to eat our next meal? Like, I don't know. Like, that's just, like, I get what you're saying, but I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. It's not as much as like, I didn't do the research. I didn't do, like, you don't always have to do the research, and people call it risk, but it's not risk. It's, if you stop and think, like, is this what's best for you? Or is this what's, like, if you make a certain decision, which one is it's best for me and which one is it's best for other people? And if you choose this is what's best for other people, you always win, in my opinion. You always win. And it's just that simple. Like, and I know that sounds like hippie, love makes the world go around type shit, but like,
it works.
it just works, man. Like it just works.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you're free to, like, if you want to disagree or any, like, I'm all for hearing it. I'm only sharing, again, I'm not saying I'm right 100%. I mean,
no, I'm not.
I could lose everything tomorrow, I guess, but I guess my point is,
So,
I don't care if I lose everything tomorrow, because if I lose everything tomorrow, it probably means a lot of other people are losing everything tomorrow. I'm trying to make it so no one's losing anything tomorrow. If that makes sense. That's my, like, my goal is everyone's winning.
Yeah, and I guess my only defense to that, or my only statement that I don't believe in, or that I don't see possible, is exactly that. I think that that's a way bigger task than you. Like, I don't think that you as a single person, do you know what I mean, will be able to successfully support yourself, do you know what I mean, and constantly everybody else, do you know what I mean, in every decision that you make, you know what I mean, because inevitably you just can't do that. I mean, eventually at some point, you know what I mean, you're going to have to make a selfish decision for yourself or your family, you mean, or your kids or somebody else, without having the ability to help, you know, other people or everybody else in the world or whatever. And that to me is like one thing that I disagree with.
Of course, you're 100% right. But my goal in life is not to ever not be selfish, because I'm always going to have selfish. I'm human. My goal is to every day be a little less selfish. Of course I'm going to have selfish, like, but if my brain ever stops me and makes me ask the question, if my brain ever stops me and makes me ask the question, what type of person do I want to be in life? I'm always going to do my best to choose others.
Yeah, correct.
Sure, I'm going to make mistakes. I make all kinds of mistakes. I've made mistakes in my friendship with Wolf over the years. I've made mistakes in our friendship, but then our short friendship. I've made mistakes in past relationships. I've made mistakes in stealing money from people when I was younger. I've made like all kinds of mistakes. Like, of course. Like, selfishness.
Yeah, I don't mean it. Yeah, but I don't mean it as mistakes. I'm saying like, the mission or the, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
No,
Like,
no,
I'm
I
not
get what
saying-
you're
I'm not
saying, but
saying, like,
but let me. My next point to that was, but you said that it's not, and like it's too big for me individually. You're right, but it's all it's
not
it's
you
the
individually.
majority of
It's-
humanity believe in that lets us have what we have today. But when that threshold changes, and the majority of the humans think the opposite, is when we have depression, when we have famine, when we have like that's just it's what it is. Like but I'm one person in that cog, and it's
right.
and
this
I
kinda
can
goes
only
back to
control
political.
myself.
Right. But this kind of like, yeah, and that makes perfect sense. And I'm bringing it full circle because this also ties into your political thought process. Remember, on the other stream that we had the other day, we talked about, the reason why you vote, for who you vote for and why you voted for what you voted for, because you stand behind, that unification. Standing behind everybody, to, help and, do this or do that, and it makes sense, give back to this and that. And it makes perfect sense. But, the reason why I'm saying the things that I'm saying is because remember in that last stream, I also made that statement of, it's not a wasted vote, right? Like, in your eyes, because, you're standing for what it is. But in my eyes, I look at it from the other's perspective by thinking, people and humans, I'm looking at it as in society, I'm looking at it from a doomed factor, right? Like I look at it in my mind as a majority of humans are, they're selfish. They're gonna always, history has shown, that they're corrupt. They have, there's more people in the world that are all about themselves, that you're not going to be able to ever unify those people, to unanimously do something. And I think that history shows us that if you look at like the independent presidents and, parties and all that stuff, and then, how many years it's never changed, it never does anything. That would be the same principle here. Like, and that's great. Like, I'm not at all down talking that. You live your life by that, and that's really good. That's awesome. You stand behind your beliefs, you stand behind what that is. But I just, from me personally, I just think it's kind of like living a dream that you want to come true, but may never come true. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so like, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I do.
I don't know. It's
I get what you're saying.
Different perspective. It's a different perspective.
Yeah, two things. I made a decision, a conscious decision a while ago, that I was tired of the world choosing who I was, meaning I was tired of reacting to all those people that you say act like, that don't, and I decided, but that's not what I want to be. I want to be not that. And
Correct.
so I decided to start not being that. I'm not saying that as in some grand, like, oh, look at me, I'm so much better than everybody else. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
Derek, can I cut in for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
Somebody in your chat seems kind of unhappy with.
Yeah, I know.
Just
Love
figured
Cake
that
says,
out.
I'm still mad at you. I'm in general on Discord. We're doing our podcast right now, Love Cakes. You're happy to chime in, ask questions, but we don't bring anybody else in the
figured I'd
Discord
mention
during
it.
the podcast.
And
my dear.
another thing I wanted to mention, just for
Sure.
silliness, is the whole economy thing.
Mhm.
There's an episode of South Park that does a really, really good job of pointing out how silly this shit is. I don't remember what season it is because there's like 30 of them. But if you look it up, there's probably like economy South Park episode on YouTube. You'll probably find it in 5 seconds. Anyway, just wanted to point that out because it is a funny episode that makes a lot of jokes about this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But it makes a ridiculous amount of sense.
South
'Cause
Park
the whole
always does. That's what they're good at.
They're
Making all
like
these
I said,
serious issues into very
and
funny.
turn them into silly shit.
Yep.
Because I think at one point in that episode, there's a moment where one of the kids takes a Margaritaville thing that his dad bought and takes it in and goes, I want to, return this to the store. And they just turn around and give him a check for $1 million because everybody else tried to return them and they decided to roll it into another account. And it got, like, the banks fucked it all up and screwed everything up. And then it's like, yeah, like I said, it makes no sense out of context. But, like, it just, like, you watch the video, you watch the movie or show and you're just like, that's how it works, really? And you're like, yeah, that's how fucking stupid it can be.
Yep.
Very
Yep.
easily.
Very, very. And yeah. I think I've seen the episode. Actually, I know what you're talking about. It's
Yeah.
I love South Park. I mean, I haven't seen a ton of episodes, but I've seen quite a few.
No,
And,
I wouldn't be
it's
surprised if you've
hilarious.
seen that one. I think it is one of their favorites.
But yeah, I don't know. I made a decision not to be like everybody else. Can I be in Discord? Says Love Cakes. Nope, not during the podcast. We kind of have selected guests. If you'd like to be on the podcast in the future, we could discuss that. I'll send you a message and let you know, or we can discuss it. But we're kind of set in the podcast when we have who's in.
Yes.
Yeah, I really do get everything you're saying. And I don't like I'm trying to be careful with my words because things like this can get tricky. But it's just I could be not how I am, I guess, and but at the end of the day, we're all going to die. Whether I die at 80 or whether I die at 35 because of the way I am, and we go into a famine and I can't eat because I was just too good to people and I didn't save enough for myself, like I guess I just choose the latter than the former.
Yeah.
Like it's just, it really is to me like, it sounds so naive, but it really is to me almost like a good versus evil type thing. And it's not like evil like God, like Satan trying to destroy the world. It's our own human desires that we're all constantly fighting against. And I just choose to any amount of time I can go against those, even if it means harming my own safety or my own, just because, again, I found it sounds stupid. Our brain is designed to keep us safe, Codations. Like it literally, I went to school for psychology. If you know any psychology at all, if you just know your brain at all, your brain tells you some stupid shit to try to keep what it thinks is to keep you safe or to keep you, whether emotionally, physically, whatever. And all I can say is what I've learned in life, that if you go against that and instead worry about keeping everybody else safe, life changes drastically in a good way for yourself. And you find out that your own selfish desires get more fulfilled the more selfless you become. The more you choose to do those things, again, at least this, I mean, I can only speak from my own personal experience, but the more you actively choose to do those things that kind of go against what your brain seems to think you need to do to keep yourself safe or your family safe or your loved ones safe, and the more you get to a point where you can place a stranger on the same level that you would place your own kids or something, as crazy as that seems, the more I found that your kids, your family becomes more safe. It's, if that makes any sense at all. I don't even know if it does, but
I would say the first part or the first half of it made sense, and then the last part when you were saying more safe, it was kind of thrown in there, but that's okay. I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I mean living a selfless life is more rewarding, than living a selfish one. I mean, that's basically, to sum it up, that's what you're saying.
But
You know,
more
don't live-
rewarding
don't live
how?
selfless. What do you mean? In multiple ways. You named a bunch of different ways.
But I mean also financially,
Yeah, no, I understand that.
like everything. Like it just, yeah, yeah, okay. I'm just making sure because I didn't know if you just thought I was saying like safe as in like.
No,
Yeah.
no. I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, you're saying financially, you're saying like actually safe. You're saying as in, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, but again,
But what I'm
I just
really
don't see-
is,
I just
even
don't see
if not, at least then I leave this world knowing who I was and am. Like, so it's the outcome doesn't matter as much. Like, I'm saying all this just to try to convince you that it's the best way to live your life, because I think it is. But at the end of the day, it's the best way to live your life if that's how you want to live your life, I guess. Like, it's just, if that's what makes you happy. Being good to other people makes me happy. Being good to, like, it makes me feel like my life
Right.
has purpose. It makes me feel like my life means more than going to a job and collecting a paycheck. It makes me feel like my life has more than just another human that's going to live and die. It gives me meaning. It gives me, which is way more important than money. I mean,
Right.
again, that's what, like, the money's always the far. I didn't get into Bitcoin because of the money. I mean, I just didn't. like there'll always be people that'll doubt that, especially as my wealth increases in another 5-10 years when people start realizing what my wealth is and stuff like that. People are gonna like think I'm in it, but like it was never about the money. Is my point. That was my point from the beginning.
Right. And this kind of hints back to, our me and your multiple conversations, on content creation. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I did not, I'm going to be 100% honest. And I've already told you this. I did not start creating content on YouTube because I enjoyed making content. That is not like I didn't even know that I would enjoy making content as much as I enjoy making content right now. Do you know what I mean? Like I had no mindset or idea that I would enjoy making content. And so I purposely went into making content for the sake of making extra money. You know what I mean? Like I went into, knowing content creators, that were making money, per month doing it. And I thought to myself, well, hell, I love playing mobile games, or I love playing games. Do you know what I mean? Like I could easily, start making content, on these said mobile games and, test the ropes, see if I start, generating some buzz, you know what I mean? And can I generate revenue? You know what I mean? And that was my whole goal. I mean, going into it, but from your standpoint, you see that completely different. You know what I mean? Like, you see it as you enjoy making the content, and you're doing something that you enjoy, whether or not you really make money or not is not really in the forefront of your mindset. You know what I mean? And that's something that, I struggle with, like, when it comes to my content, I constantly, dude. And now I know this could be just a beginner thing, and some people chalk it up as a beginner thing, but like, I can't even tell you, I'm glued to my analytics. I post a video and within 10 minutes,
she was fighting with her neighbors, and she hasn't
all
been
the way,
here for a while.
from the time I post a video, till probably, I don't know, I'm going to say 24 hours till that next video is posted. And sometimes even longer than that, if my, like I'm constantly checking the analytics on that video, and it is not driven behind popularity. It is not driven because it's like I put all my heart and soul into this content. You know what I mean? And I just want people to deliver it, right? Like that's not the driving factor. To be honest with you, I look at that analytics and I'm like, dude, I want my shit to be popping. I want to be making money. I want to be, I want to be able to deliver this content that I did work hard on, that I did enjoy making, you know what I mean? But I also want it to make some, do something for me, right? Like your research behind, I'm just going to use this as an example. I'm not going back to tie the two between each other. But for instance, like, you would invest in something, right? Like, you invest in something, your mindset is you're investing in it because you believe in that company, blah, 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 blah. But in my mind, I would be investing in something because it's like, I would be doing the research to strategically invest in something that I'm looking to make more money on. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's, and that's kind of how that works for my content. It's the exact same thing. You know what I mean? And that's something that I want to get over. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that I want to try to, pivot. And I am starting to move that way, like, especially ever since I met you, because I've started to just, I've kind of fell in love with creating content. Right. And so like, and that just happened, you know what I mean? Like, that just happened. I started creating content, fell in love with creating content. And now I'm lost if I don't create content. And I know that because I've went several days sometimes without creating content, and then I'm missing it. You know what I mean? I'm not missing money because I'm not getting paid, you know what I mean? But I'm missing that drive, right? Like I have a passion for that content, right?
Hold on. Princess says, I thought Credations was about to say he fell in love with you.
I did, bro. For sure, man. For sure. You know what
yeah, I get what you're saying. Let me interject one thing. I just want to make, like, I never once said I wasn't concerned about money. I'm obviously concerned about money, or I wouldn't invest. Like, again, the selfish desire is always there. My point, though, just is I just believe to win, the love comes first. Like, Mark Zuckerberg didn't become the richest man in the world because he set out to make a bunch of money with Facebook. He made Facebook because he fell in love with making Facebook. Elon Musk didn't become, didn't make millions of dollars and make Tesla because he wanted to make a ton of money. And I'm just saying, most of the people in life, we have this, common misconception. We think rich people are these evil people and they're out to get you, and they're, they don't care about anybody else in the world. That's honestly, it's, in my opinion, it's the farthest thing from the truth. Most of the people that I know that make a lot of money are some of the nicest, friendliest, most given people I know. The problem is what I'm saying is the majority of humans have it backwards. The 80-90% that are making less than $50,000 a year of all humans, and they think that the other people, the rich people, are keeping the money from them. They're the ones that are in the wrong.
Correct.
They're
Correct.
the ones that don't get it. They're the ones
Yeah.
chasing the money. They're the ones.
And I would agree with that statement. I mean, most of, like you said, the successful people at some point at their start, or like the beginning, or whatever you want to chalk it up to, yeah, it was driven by a passion, right? Or it was driven by hard work. I mean, it was driven by whatever they were doing, they were believing in. They believed in it. They wanted it to be something more. Whether that, like I said, is driven by success, whether that's driven by passion, whether that was driven by a dream, whether that was driven behind making something better. I mean, I would agree with that 100%. So like I said, it's not that I disagree with you. It's just, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to hear that, hear that perspective, you know what I mean? Because my entire life, I've never been around that perspective. Do you know what I mean? I've been around that 50, that 50,000, that person that makes $50,000, do you mean their entire life, you know what I mean? And shits on, and shits on, success, behind like some type of locked mechanic, do you know what I mean? Or, behind or not locked mechanic, sorry, luck mechanic, you know what I mean? Or behind, a rich, a person who had rich parents who never worked hard, for what he has. Do you know what I mean? And so that's why it is very interesting, to listen to, you know what I mean, your point of view on stuff.
And it doesn't mean that, yeah. And again, I just wanted to point out that I never said I wasn't interested in money. Again, I admit I'm selfish. I'm a selfish human at times. I mean, I want to travel this whole world. That takes a lot of money. Like, to travel the whole world, to go as many places, like, takes a lot of money to travel the whole world. Like, but again, it's why make a lot of money doing something you don't like doing? Why make a lot of money just for money's sake? That's why even when we've had a conversation before, I'm always more interested in what do you want? What are you trying to accomplish? I mean, just to, like you say, okay, great, you fell in love with content creation. Like, that's awesome, because that means you'll probably keep doing it. If you were just here for the money, you'd probably quit like 99% of other people do. So it wasn't, it's not like you said it yourself. It's not the money that keeps you doing this, because you're not making any. It's that you fell in love with doing it. And but now when you can make both of those happen, you can fall in love with something and make money doing it. Like, that's obviously the golden egg, and that's what everybody aspires to. And that takes hard work. And it's not just, I'm not over here preaching like, oh, just, do everything. Like, then it's going to be easy. Like, I'm not saying you're going to reach every one of your goals in life. I'm not saying that just because you do good things that everything's always going to work out your way. I mean, I worked for a company and worked my ass off. They let me go in a day's notice just because they needed to cut costs. Like, shit happens. But at the end of the day, like, I don't have regrets, which is, I think, more important than the money. I know how I've presented myself. I know how I've acted in life. I know the choices I've made in life. I know that even though I have selfish human desires and sometimes all that, like, I know that I've always strived to do my best, to put others first, to, like, that's like, and in its form, it's a form of selfishness, because it makes me feel good. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're humans. Literally everything we probably do, even thinking that you're trying to help other people, is probably a form of selfishness, because then you feel good about yourself, and then you're happy. This would lead down into philosophy and stuff, but you get my point. Like, my whole point is just that, like, it's like, I'm just as dumb as the next person, but I just know that when I decided to consciously make a change in how I went about it, it just, life changed dramatically. And I say that knowing that the same mindset and everything that you're saying, like, and I know I keep saying, like, I get it. And you're like, yeah, does he really get what I'm saying? No, I do, because I came from the very same mindset. My mindset wasn't always this. My mindset changed around the age of 30. Like I had a, you know, bad depression episode, and I had to do a lot of soul searching and a lot of thinking, and I made a lot of changes in my life, a lot of fucking changes, and it's been hard and it's been difficult and it's never easy, but it's way better than it was. And the only thing I changed was myself.
Right.
Somehow the rest of life worked.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand that. And like I said, just so you understand, like I didn't mean to say that you don't care about money, you know what I mean, you know, or you don't ever think about.
Oh, I know. I was just clarifying.
Right. No, I know that. I just was meaning we've had conversation, you know, this isn't our first conversation, you know what I mean, about my channel and your channel or the way we create content. And like, you know, and you've told me numerous times, you know what I mean, you know that your first thought, let me rephrase that to that, maybe your first thought is not, you know, you're not worried about putting a video out. You mean, you know, your first thought is not, you know, how much money can I make on this video? Do you know what I mean? You know, and you're constantly might be checking analytics too, you know what I mean? But you're not checking those analytics first off, like I said, to create that content. Your first mission is to create whatever content you're creating, because you like it, right? You're doing something that you like to do.
Let me cut in. I know I'm interrupting, but let me cut in 1 minute, because I think there's something important here that I want to get out. My first thought sometimes is that what I'm talking about is my first conscious thought, my first moment that I consciously realize I have a decision to make. Sometimes my thought is, ooh, if I make a video on this Godox light that I bought, other people will buy it based off my review and I'll make a commission. That's why I did that video. But I also can then reframe that and say, okay, I want people to buy this light and I make a commission, but how can I bring value to the person? I change, like, again, I recognize it's not that those thoughts aren't there. It's not that my first thought is always the best thought and that I'm this super altruistic person. It's that the moment that I catch myself in those, I then consciously make a decision of, I want to provide so much value to the person watching this video that they want to buy the light from me. Meaning, and what that allows me to do is, if the light sucks, I'm going to say that the light sucks and not just say it's great to try to get the commission sale. But my thought for making the video was, oh, I could make some commission money off of, since I bought this light, maybe I can sell some of them and make money through Amazon's referral system to pay for the light I bought. But then the conscious thought is where you make the decision, maybe I bought this product and it's not that good. Am I going to be honest and say that in the video, knowing that now that's going to hurt me selling those lights and making that commission? Yes, I am. I'm going to be honest. That's where, like, I think all the thoughts you're saying, like, I think those thoughts are just thoughts. But when you have the ability to interject yourself into those thoughts and make a decision, that's when I think honesty, integrity, doing the right thing, you know, putting other people first over yourself, even if it's going to hurt yourself. For example, in my Cyber PC build, I pretty much said at the end of that video that nobody should buy a computer from CyberPower PC. Like, I would have loved for somebody to buy and make a 5% commission off of that build, but it wouldn't have been entirely truthful. Like, right. I always have those thoughts, and I'm not saying you don't do those things, but I'm just saying I still have all those same thoughts that you're talking about. I'm just saying, whenever presented with the opportunity, I've decided for myself, I've had the conversation with myself that no matter how much it sucks, I'm always going to choose what's the right of the two options. And that's a simple example, but I'm saying even in every example, if I have the opportunity to buy myself a Tesla, I've been dreaming of having a Tesla for 10 years now. Since they came out, I've wanted to buy one. I have the money to buy one. But if I stop and think to myself, do I really need it? Does my car that's a 2013 that is paid off, that, like, do I really need the new car? Do I really? And for everybody that's different. Like, and I'm not saying you're wrong if you go out and buy a new Tesla, but I'm just saying you have to figure out what works for you. And I'm just saying, I think that thought is an important thought to have before making any decision. And I'm just saying, from my experience, Like maybe I'm not getting the Tesla that I want today, but in 5 years, all the money that I've saved and all the investments that I own and all the growth that I have, I can go out and buy 10 of those Teslas if I want to. And I guess so then you got to decide, well, where do I want to be in 10 years? Where do I want to be in? I mean, that all comes into play, basically, I'm saying. But I'm saying it's a lot more complicated than I think we're giving it credit for. I don't think it's something that's as easy as like, oh, I think this way, I think that way. We're always making those decisions. And sometimes I make the decision that's best for me. Like sometimes that happens. Again, that's where the humanity aspect of it comes in. But anytime I'm able to interject myself into my thoughts and pause for a minute and make a decision, when I have that active thought, I'm always going to choose what's better for the long term, what's better for someone else, what's better for, just
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if that I just felt like that was worthy of interjecting in there for a minute.
Yeah, no, I mean it was perfectly fine. It
Mhm.
fit. It was right there where it was supposed to be. I agree. I back that. I 100% like that idea and concept.
By the way, Codations, if you go to your direct messages on Discord, I sent you something.
Yeah, I totally
what
just
you-
read
Isn't that freaking hilarious?
It is absolutely hilarious, but it makes a lot of sense the way
I
it's
know that's
stated.
why it's hilarious because it makes so much.
Is
damn
that from
sense.
South Park?
No, that's from a fan fiction I read. a
Chris
while
says
back.
sometimes things happen for a reason. Shell says Mark Zuckerberg, aka I keep saying Zuckerbug, aka an alien
Yes,
in
you do.
disguise. He does drink water funny. Yeah, sometimes that's what I said. Whether you're a good person, bad, good things happen. It's just at the end of the day when you're laying on your deathbed, are you gonna regret the way you made your money, or are you gonna be happy with the way you made your money? Are you gonna regret the decisions you made, or are you gonna be happy with the decisions you made? I think that's the bigger
I personally don't believe in regrets. I don't think a person should have any regrets because at some point in time they made that decision for a reason or how they felt, right? Like, I mean, they made that decision for a reason. So that's kind of the way that's the kind of the way that I look at it. I mean, like, I don't really have any regrets. Even if I did treat somebody wrong, do I feel like that was a wrong thing to do? Yeah, but I don't regret that I treated them wrong because I learned something from it. I got some sort of value from that experience. So I don't really have a regret. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I mean, like, I don't know. Like that's kind of the way that I look at a lot of things in life.
So I guess, but literally you just like you said, I don't really feel regret, but then literally you just gave the definition of regret. Like if I did something bad to someone and like, do I feel sad about that? Yeah. Like regret definition. Feel sad, repent, or disappointed over something that has happened or been done. That's regret.
Okay, so then I guess that makes sense. But I feel like if
you're just saying you don't hold on to that regret, you learned, you have a healthy. That's fine to say. I get that, but to say you don't have regret isn't true.
But when you said deathbed, I'm thinking like if I had something happen to me in my life. I fucking hope that I'm not sitting on my deathbed trying to recall of all of the bad things I've ever did in my lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's not
what I'm talking about though. I'm talking about a different kind of regret. I'm talking about a regret of all the things you didn't do. I'm talking about not the regrets of things you did, all the things that you realize you're on your deathbed and you realize, wow, all this money that I thought was so important, all this, even in myself, like, let me use all this travel in the world that I thought was so important. And when I'm laying on my deathbed and I'm going to realize, just like any old person will tell you, what's important is my kids, my wife, my friends, the relationships I have with people, all the stuff we know in our brains intellectually. I'm trying to be on my deathbed and not have those regrets. To actually be someone that doesn't fall into the same stuff 99% of us do. Get at our deathbeds and wish we'd spent more time not gotten so angry at our spouses, not gotten so angry at our kids, not helped friends more when they were in need, put others first. Like, that is literally what most people end up on their deathbed. That again, having a minister's father, lots of nursing homes, that was always, nobody's regret was ever, oh, I didn't go skydiving like I wanted to. Oh, I didn't go travel the world like I wanted. Oh, I didn't make all that money. Oh, I didn't get that car. Like, everybody's regrets of the people that had them, there's people that don't have regrets. I mean, because they do it the right way. But everybody that had them, it was always the same thing. I wish I would have had a better relationship with my kids. I wish I would have had a better relationship with my parents. I wish I would have fixed this problem with this friend. Like it's those little things, dude, that just matter. Princess says, let me read these real quick. She says, don't hold back. Just tell them the truth, Codations. Profess your love. Princess says, what if you hurt someone intentionally? I think she was talking to you when you said you don't feel regret. Then she says, a YouTube video. She says, I listen to this video when I feel lost in life. It's about what you guys are talking about. Well, I can't play it right now because I'll get copyright struck, but I will.
By the way, Derek, the direct message I sent you is the same thing I sent Codations.
Oh,
It's just
okay,
something stupid I wanted you to read. You get around to it.
By the way, Princess,
exactly.
Derek summed it up to me what his response was back to me on the word of regret. No, so instead of being me talking about regret, if regret is, like Derek said, the definition is just feeling sad or remorse or whatever, in that it could be just in that moment, after something that happens or when you reflect on something. That makes sense. I was talking about as like carrying that, like as a burden, as in like, carrying, the fact that, when I was in high school, I did this to this person or whatever, that was a bully move or, whatever, or I stole this or I, robbed this person or something, right? Like, I don't regret those things. Do you know what I mean? Because at the time I did those things for a reason. Do you know what I mean? Like, sure. At the time, sorry, I guess I said that word again. It's not regret, because if regret is that, then yes, I did regret those things at that time, but I'm not reflecting and carrying those. Do you mean, like as a burden, through life and wishing that I wouldn't have done those things? Does that make sense? So he summed it up. So
wait. So you do not wish you didn't do those things?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. Whatever.
I get what you're trying to. I'm just trying to listen. I get everything you're trying to say. I'm just trying to get you to think, because again, we trick ourselves. We don't like feeling bad, is the truth.
No,
and we don't like feeling bad about ourselves. So we let our brain lie to us. You do regret those things. You do wish you never did them. If you could go back in your life and change it, you wish. And that's my point. I don't hide those things. I recognize I don't like I have regrets. And I don't say that meaning that I beat myself up every day. But I'm saying accepting those bad feelings is an important thing in life, because they're what stops you from continuing to do those things. So like there's nothing wrong with having regret. If I could go back in life and change things that I did to hurt people, I wish I could. Like there's a lot of things I wish I could change. Again, I get what you're trying to say. You don't beat yourself up over them. And I agree. I don't beat myself up. Like my past is my past. I made mistakes. I'm human. But I think it's also, we try to say these things to make us feel better. Like, oh, even that saying, oh, I'm only human, like that, we're kind of like almost like, oh yeah, I did mess up, but it's okay. Like, but the truth is, like, it's never okay to hurt other people. Like, we know that it's never okay when someone hurts us. It's just a part of like society sucking. Like, it's just part of humans sucking. Like, we do those things. We hate those things. We hate those things about ourselves. We all have that voice in our head that beats us up for those things that we did. Maybe you're better at controlling it than someone else, but our brains can all be nasty to ourselves. Like there's no real reason to hide that.
Right.
We can use that for good.
Right. But here's where it's different for me, and that's what I was trying to explain. It's okay. For one, I will say this. I absolutely hate, and I'm not saying this anything to you guys whatsoever, but I absolutely hate the fact that sometimes I feel like an absolute idiot, because when I say something or I try to explain something that I'm thinking, I utilize words, I guess, that are taken into context of what those words could mean or actually mean, but it's not what I'm trying to portray. Does that make sense? So sometimes it's super frustrating when I say something and you guys come back with something. So and it's not your fault, because you guys are just taking it for what I'm saying, like face value, but it's not always meant that way when I'm trying to say it. And that's my fault. But the second thing I was going to say is I'm different in that aspect. I do not, and it could be a shitty thing. Maybe you guys look at it as a shitty thing, but like I don't have anything, like I don't feel bad at all or ever think subconsciously or consciously at all about things that I have done wrong in the past. And I don't even think twice about the wrong things that I did anymore. Like I'm the type of person that something happens, I instantly get over, I learn from it, and then I instantly get over it, and then I forget it. So and that's on every level, like no matter how you put that. Like so for instance, if I got arrested when I was in, high school, right, for stealing something, okay, in the moment, you mean I instantly realized, okay, nope, I shouldn't have done that. You mean, like you're 100% right? I took my consequence. I learned from the action. I didn't steal anymore, for instance, right? And then that was it. Sure, it made me a better person because of the interaction, but I don't ever have a regret. I have zero depression. Like I never stress or worry about, past things that happened, or I've never,
Can I cut in?
it's not my, it's not my
Let him finish.
personality.
Let him finish.
I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain it, but like my mindset's completely different. I don't have that at all. Like I don't, and it's not that I'm trying to suppress those feelings because I don't ever think about them. What would there be to think about? I can't change it. There's no point in ever thinking about it again that, oh, I fucked up that one time to do this. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like it's done and over with and gone. And I don't, the only thing that would do would be bringing up the past to impede on my future or my current situation. Do you know what I mean? So like, I'm a firm believer. I'm like, the past is the past. Do you know what I mean? Only thing I can control is the future. So if, as long as I continue to be a better person every day, do you know what I mean? And not dwelling on shit in the past, like there's no point. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a better way to live, right? Like that's kind of the way I perceive it.
Okay.
Now you can interject.
Go ahead. Will.
Okay. You literally are doing it the right way. That's what we were just saying, is as long as you learn from your mistakes and do not repeat them. You just said in your example, you say you stole something and you got caught. You learned your lesson. You didn't steal again, did you?
Right.
There you go. Simple as that. You've learned your lesson and you've moved on. That's what all of society could be doing. We should be doing at all times. It's kind of it's that saying that everybody comes up with. Those that do not learn from the past are doomed to repeat it. You learn from your past, you've succeeded. Simple as that. Okay. Awkward silence.
Why is it awkward?
I don't know. I don't
Bridget
silence.
says,
I can't help
the
it.
quote from that video I like most is this: imagine, if you will, be on your deathbed and standing around your bed, the ghosts of the dreams, the ideas, the abilities, the talents given to you by life, but you, for whatever reason, you never pursued those dreams, you never acted on those ideas, you never used those gifts, you never used those talents. And there they were staring at you as you were lying on your bed with large angry eyes. We came to you. Only you could have given us life, and now we must die with you forever. I like that, Princess. Princess says, Codations, I think you may be a sociopath, hun. Princess says, yeah, people tend to cling on the past and don't want to move on, just stay stagnant. It's
So wait, let me
Go ahead.
interject.
Sure.
So I was listening to you, Wolf. I walked away from the desk, so I wasn't at my desk mic in order to respond. But I also did that intentionally because I thought Derek was going to also chime in on that same note, like we have been in the conversation. So that's why I just walked away for 2 seconds to do something, listening to you in my headphones, but I couldn't say anything back. So I didn't mean for the awkward silence.
Oh no,
Yeah, I guess
just don't like silences in general. That's
I guess
Yeah,
I would.
yeah.
I guess my only question with what you said would be, you said, you guys may look at it. What did you say about how you guys might look at it as? What did you say? Do you remember how you said that? I don't want to misinterpret your words.
Which one, me or
No,
him?
Codations when he started.
Oh, okay.
When I said you guys look at it as what?
no,
what do you
you,
mean? Oh.
said something about you guys.
Play the
I have
tape,
no
pad,
clue.
dude.
I
Play
have
the
no
tape
clue.
back. That's okay.
I mean, basically,
You said this the way I think about it. You guys might think, like you kind of, but I forget exactly how you said it. But it don't matter. It don't matter. My only thing that I would say is I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
I
you
think
might.
I think humans. Princess Codations, you
Kinda good.
overthink a lot, don't you?
I
LOL.
think we all overthink.
I was gonna say, I think most humans do. I mean, our brains go 24/7. That's the truth. And I also I want to say a couple things, I guess. First off, Codations, you're right. Like we're all using language that's then interpreted by another person, and you could have meant something totally different. But that's what I said. Like when you make comments like, oh, you make these little comments like, and I don't mean it bad, but I mean like almost like you're checking to make sure we're not offended or nothing. I'm not. That's exactly what conversation is figuring out like, okay, this is what I heard you say, Codations, and then you saying, well, no, that's not really what I meant. This is what I'm trying to say. Like that's language. That's how we communicate. So it don't ever bother me. I'm basically repeating back what I hear, asking questions. You're responding. Like to me, that's conversation. I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm just sharing my side of how I feel and think about things. That's it. I'm not even saying that I'm entirely right. I'm just sharing how I think and feel. But with that said, the only thing I would say about what you just said is I agree with Wolf that, I mean, that's the, but again, I think you're mixing. I think you can reflect on past transgressions, past mistakes, I think you can reflect on them and use them for a lot of good in your life. I think when you stop running from the mess ups, and I don't mean that you're running from them, but let me speak myself. All right, let me turn this personal. There was a point in my life where I would say I was very much like what you're describing. I would, I had run-ins with the law, and when I'd get caught doing a certain something, I'd quit doing that. But I always still had the mindset that I did what I could do until I got punished for it, and then I would switch up the tactic, if that makes sense. And I mean completely different. Like I got busted for drinking and driving. I never drank and drove again. Like never did it again because I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. I'm not going to do that. I wasn't supposed to do that shit. Then I got busted for speeding. Like I don't do, like most people react. They change their behavior on a reaction of what I'm talking about is reflecting on your past and then saying, okay, I got pulled over for drinking and driving. I probably also shouldn't break other laws in my car, like speeding or not wearing my seatbelt or like it's reflecting on it. It's not a learn from your mistake and never do that one thing again. It's reflecting on your mistakes and realizing, because most of our mistakes don't come, like we think like people are good people and bad people. And I'm not really a proponent of that. I believe people are people. I think most of the time, like the person that's stealing somewhere isn't stealing because they're a bad person. They're stealing because they don't have the resources they need for what they think they want. I don't really think of bad people like bad people too much. I really think it comes to a lot of bad choices that lead to bad things, that et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, that's a whole different topic. But my point being, I don't think it's as easy as saying like, oh, I don't hold on to any of my past. Like to not use that data, that would be like saying, why do we study history in school? Like we study history, like Wolf said the phrase, but then he was kind of speaking the opposite of what he said, like, we use history so we don't repeat the same mistakes. Well, it's not like we learn it one time and then never think on history again. Like I think reflection on history well, I know you weren't, but that's my point.
No, I know.
I think history is like using those things to reflect on them is not a bad thing. Again, I think what you're saying is you don't let them hold you hostage in your life, meaning you don't beat yourself up over them. You don't, let it, drag you down or whatever, or take you into anxiety or depression or any of that stuff, which is all great, like Wolf said. But I still think there should be reflection on them. And I'm just trying to make sure, like, that's it. Like you're saying, it happens. I'm like, okay, don't do that again. And then I never think about it again. Like, do you really mean that? Do you really never think about your mistakes? Do you really never try to see how those could apply to other areas in your life to like be better in other areas that might have nothing to do with what that mistake was? Just because, I mean, most in my experiences, I would say most people, I don't want to say you because I don't know you, but most people that I talk to lean towards the fact of they never think about the mistake again. But I've come to find out that the reason they don't is because nobody likes hurting other people. Nobody likes messing up, and it makes us feel bad to think about that stuff. So most of us try to avoid thinking about that stuff. But I just think there's a lot of value. And the only reason I even say all this is, again, I don't know you at all, man. So you could do all of this. You could do it perfectly. I have no clue. But like, I just know, because it sounds like we have a similar past when it comes to parents and stuff. And I know you talk about, like, you know, I think you've even mentioned to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like you have trouble with emotions and like, you know, with expression, different emotions and stuff, because you grew up a very you know, a dad that didn't express a lot of emotions and stuff like that, and guys didn't and most guys are like that, to be honest. And so I think we hide from these negative things, and I don't know, I guess I just don't know that that's always the best thing to do, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, and I understand what you're saying. But just to answer your very short last question there, no, I have no struggle expressing emotion whatsoever. I have all the emotions across the board.
Good.
No matter, you know, depending on what I do, you know what I mean, or what we're doing or what I partake in, for the most part, yeah, I mean, I'm all over the board. Yeah, and this is going to sound stupid and funny, and I know you don't mean it this way, but like, just to give you an example, like, you know, oh yeah, I mean, I'll cry depending on situations, you know, I'm pissed off in other situations, I'm mad in other situations, I'm happy, I'm calm, you know, I'm all over the board when it comes to actual emotions, and also talking about my feelings and stuff. Like, that's yeah, that is not me. But it's kind of hard because I don't really know how to explain what I do or what I don't do when it comes to wrongdoings? Is that the right word? Wrongdoings in my past. I guess if that or
I know what you mean. You're right.
Know.
Words suck. We all know that words suck, dude. We all know words suck.
Okay, but basically, I guess what I'm trying to get at is kind of, I'll just try to rephrase it, but like it's I do what you said, right? Like, so I do something, right? Whether it's either to somebody else, to myself, or a situation, or I get into something, right? Let's just say. And I realized that experience was not pleasant, or whatever the lesson to be learned was from that, right? And then I do what you're saying, right? So I take that information, and then I basically, like you're saying, store it into like a mental bank, right? And like of resources, like history book. And I basically, and I learn from that lesson. And yes, the 100%, I do not at all carry that weight. You know what I mean? And I do not evaluate my future decisions, right, based upon that immediate or that other interaction. You mean, you know, instead, you know what I mean? I have learned from that interaction and grown from it. And like you said, yeah, and apply it to whatever that portion of my life that I'm going to eventually or that I'm going to go through next or whatever, because I've learned that knowledge or learned from that experience. But I guess what I'm trying to say ultimately is I don't know, man. Like, I don't have that depression kind of. I don't know, dude. It's hard to explain, man. Like, I don't reflect on anything.
Sorry,
I never
laughing at you. I'm laughing at Princess.
Yeah, I know, I did too.
Yeah, we're not laughing at. I'm sorry, man.
Well,
yeah, so as long as you aren't in your backyard killing animals, you're good.
Yeah, no, and that's. I mean, if you really want, that's a whole nother podcast. But if you want to dive into some psychopathic,
no.
Trust me, I promise you, I probably am an underlining psychopath, and I promise you that.
No, you shouldn't even listen. Words have powerful. Words are stupid, but they can also be powerful. Don't say you're that stuff. You shouldn't.
No, I'm not saying I'm that stuff. But listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that, you know, I could probably have the thoughts of being a psychopath. You know what I mean? I just choose not to act on them to be a psychopath, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thoughts
but
come and go.
it's hard to explain what I was trying to say. But basically, I know it's null and void now. We've kind of moved on from the situation, but it's just.
No, it's all interesting to me. Again, I want to make it clear.
I don't allow that stuff.
Go ahead. I
don't allow that stuff to. I guess what I'm trying to say is I am a very, and I know you guys don't really know me besides just on here, but like, I'm a very open book. like to anybody and everybody, whether it's a person I've never met before in my life in the line at Walmart, all the way up to like a personal best friend my entire life. There is not a single secret or something that I would not be willing to share with anybody. Like that's talking about like shitty things I've done, the greatest thing that's ever happened to me in my life, the most personal thing, like, you know, I shaving my asshole, right? Like it doesn't matter like what the situation is. Like
You shaved your asshole?
Open. Yeah, I did once. And it was the worst experience ever, by the way. Don't do it. It's not recommended. But you know what I'm saying? But my point is that's my personality across the board, right? And I do honestly try to live my life every single day by just doing in that moment what I feel is right. Like 100%. I mean, you know, like if that means talking to somebody, doing something, acting upon something, whatever it is. And so it's odd to me. And this is one thing that me and my wife, here's some honesty, me and my wife struggle with, and we have struggled with. She has hardcore anxiety, dude, and even some depression, and she's struggled with it, you know, a good chunk of her life. For me, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And we struggle a lot on that. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, she will be feeling some way or going through something. Do you know what I mean? And I'm positive Polly 24/7. Like I'm constantly happy. I'm on the top of the fucking mountain. You mean, you know, if something negative happens, my brain instantly resorts to what can I do? Do you mean, you know, right now? Do you mean, you know, to bounce back from the situation, right? Like my brain instantly goes into like prepare mode, like fight mode. Like how can I instantly transgress the situation, even though it's a horrible situation? What is the good that I can suck out of this really, really quick, and then, you know, pinpoint and then jump into something, you know, good, or something, you know, side note to forget about this negative, you know, toxicity stuff, right? That's what my brain does and how I function. My wife is the complete opposite. You know, she something happens, you know, she dwells in it. She goes through that process of trying to gather her thoughts, figure out, you know, what she has to do or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's different. And I don't know. It's interesting.
And again, you know, so let me just like, so what if I said, just thinking out loud, and again, I'm not saying you're any of this stuff, man. I'm not. You say stuff, it makes me think of stuff, I respond. That's it, dude.
No,
So what if I told you that I think by doing that's actually a form of selfishness?
And that would be understandable.
Because what you're saying then is your wife feels bad. She's having a hard time. You're saying I don't understand her. So what you're saying is you have no empathy toward other people. So then what you're saying,
right?
hold on. And then what you're saying is, if I start feeling bad, I instantly run away from that bad feeling because I don't like feeling bad. So I'm thinking about myself. I'm not thinking about the situation. I'm not thinking about what happened. I'm thinking about what can I do to make myself not feel bad because I don't like feeling bad. Selfishness. I'm not saying that's what you are, but I'm just saying that's what comes like. And I'm not saying like I've had depression. I don't get depression anymore. Like I agree. I don't think you should have it. I think everything you're saying makes sense. But my question always behind everything is what's the intention? If you don't have depression and you don't have anxiety, and most of the time you feel super great, like that's awesome. But are you being selfish to be that? Like, are you saying you're being that stuff just because you don't want to deal with somebody else that's not that, or you don't want to deal with your own bad emotion? And again, I'm not saying this is any of you. These are just the thoughts that I have and the questions I have. Or I'm just more like, well, I know, because just a couple times you like say like, oh, you know, I don't think you guys understand me. And it's not that I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just asking questions because I'm intrigued by this stuff. I think about this stuff all the time. I like talking about these types of things. I like trying to figure out how people's brains tick, because the truth is, like you said, like as much as it sounds like I have all my opinions, and I do have my opinions, I'm also very much willing to realize that maybe I got it wrong and Codation has figured something out that like he can be happy 99% of the time. And
well, here's
you
the
know,
thing,
like,
I'll 100% back that claim up by saying that I think everybody's mindset is different, right? They're 100% different, and everybody learns different things at different times in their lives or based on their situation and that kind of stuff. But to go back to kind of like let me paint you a picture. The picture, really quick to paint you, is my wife is upset and stressed, right? So let's say I don't know, let's say money, okay?
Mhm.
Let's say something happens, right? Something happens, we have to spend a shit ton of money on something. And then you know, she's stressed out, or super anxious about it, right? She already has anxiety, you know, so it's like a lot more heightened for, you know, somebody in her position, you know, compared to like, you know, me or somebody else. And so let's say that that's the case, right?
Mhm.
And when she would come to me with that, right, my first trait would be what I would consider empathy, right?
Mhm.
Where I would understand, I listened. I mean, I try to, you know, slightly, you know, okay, it's okay, you know what I mean, like console her, you know, kind of give her that, you know, that feeling, right? But then my brain instantly goes into fix it mode, where my mind instantly thinks, okay, this happened, this amount of money is gone, or whatever the situation was. It doesn't have to be money, it could be anything, you know. And this happens a lot, for instance, with her work.
Mhm.
You know, something happens at work, I can't control that, I don't work in her business, but you know, she's stressed about it. My brain does not go to, okay, well, I guess she'll just figure it out, you know what I mean, like, you know, I'll console her for, you know, an hour or whatever, and then, you know, just let it go, and then, you know, she's venting to me and she'll figure it out, you know, at her job, because it has nothing to do with me. My brain instantly goes into fix it mode, where I instantly think, I try to examine the situation, right, to the best of my knowledge that I can, and then I instantly try to come up with strategies, and I instantly try to give her, you know what I mean, like, okay, well, this is what I would do in that situation, you know, because, you know, it's not your fault, or it's not this person or that, or, you know, whatever, but, you know, to assess the situation, if it's on this, you know what I'm saying? But that's how I carry everything out 24/7. So in anything, even my own personal stuff, my brain instantly goes to fix it mode. If something happens, fix it mode gets turned on. It's not that I've tried to avoid having a feeling of something bad happening, because I still get pissed off and I get stressed out in the moment and mad, but I'm saying my brain doesn't dwell in that emotion or that feeling right away. My brain instantly goes to full on fix it mode. And like I ran my car with my wife in it off of the road at 80 mile an hour in the fucking winter.
Jeez.
Right? We went off the side of a fucking bridge. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, this is because I had no fucking clue how to drive in the winter. That's
Yep.
literally what it boiled down to. And when that happened, she was panicking, right? Like, she was like, you know, shaking, freaking out. The snow was falling. The snow's like halfway up her tires, you know, just instantly panicking, right?
Yep.
In that moment, my brain did not, and I know this is a panic situation, but my brain did not instantly go into panic mode or console her mode. My brain instantly was like, okay, I got to back this car up. I mean, you know, I've got to push it into these weeds. I got to drive this sucker, I mean, you know, this direction to get it back onto the highway, because I don't want a cop to come out here. I don't want, you know, we're both fine, you know, all this stuff, right? Like, you know, like that, my brain goes to fix it mode. But that example goes through everything in my life. That's literally how I think on every single situation, including work shit. You know, my HR lady comes to me, she tells me, hey, like, you know, are you working on your project? How come it's taking you too long? You know, or whatever they're getting on to me about. And then my brain instantly goes to fix it mode, you know, and my brain starts to put shit together, put puzzle pieces together. And it's like, okay, how can I solve the problem? How can I fix it? And here it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, sounds healthy to me. Like I said, I just more of I mean, yeah, sounds good. I just, like you said, words are difficult sometimes, and understanding exactly what, you know, because the way you first say it is just like, oh, I don't really ever think about any of that, or but it's not that you do, like you said, it's that you think about it, but then you move on, and I mean, that just sounds like a healthy way of processing stuff to me for the most part.
Well, it's not that it's not that it might not be healthy. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like I said,
but again, what's healthy, what's not healthy? Right.
Right.
But I'm saying I understand now more what you're saying. Let me just catch up.
Yeah.
Princess said, sounds like he's just trying to find the best way to fix it. Yep. She said, yes, everyone is wired differently. That was when Kodesh said that. Wolf says, you had it right, Princess. Articulation is a pain. Princess Kodesh, I think sometimes when people are going through anxiety depression episode, the best thing to do is just listen and comfort, so they know you're there in that moment with them.
Yeah.
Right, and right, Princess, and I still have yet to officially learn that and grasp that. It's a learning process every day.
I think most men are
try to work towards that.
I think most men tend to be the fix it type, at least from my experience. I mean, I'm definitely more fix it type. My wife gets
Kodations. Something that not recommend, but something you could think about just a little bit is, especially on here. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna make you do anything or anything like that, but just slow down just a tiny bit. I get it, but you're talking so fast that you're
I'm like, what are you
like-
talking about?
no, like you're putting thoughts in so fast that you can't parse them yourself, let alone let us parse them. You know what I'm saying?
It don't bother
like-
me.
Right.
I have a sister that.
No,
talks fast.
I can follow him. I'm just saying there's certain points where you'll start trying to formulate a thought, and I can tell that what's happening is you're going over the thought in your head and you're trying to put it out, but it's getting caught by your mouth. Like I mean, it's not a big thing.
Yeah, it's
It
never going to
just-
change. I'm hardcore ADHD and I take
Yeah,
zero medication. It's not
I
going to
kind of
change.
thought so. I just figured I'd
I'm
mention
20
it.
I'm
Like I said, I
27.
can't do nothing about it, but
No, I know. I'm
it's
saying I'm
one of those
27.
things that
Yeah, I'm 27 and it's never going to change. Like unless if I, get on medication, unless if I actively try to constantly change it in a certain
Yeah.
way, it's just never going to happen.
Fair
Like
enough,
that's
man. Like I said, I'm not trying to make you feel bad.
No,
or anything.
no,
I
no,
just
no,
wanted
no,
to
I
point it
don't feel
out
bad.
because it's
No, I don't feel bad about it whatsoever. I mean, now, will that hinder things? Sure, of course it will. There'd be people that don't understand me. There's people that I make content creation videos on that I've talked so fast in that video that they absolutely will leave me just like a thumbs down and a nasty comment on the video
I could see
because
it.
I talk way too fast, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
perfectly
can't please
fine. It's not
everybody.
for
There's
everyone.
nothing you can do about that.
But again, and that might hinder, like I said, if that hinders my ability to be on a podcast, then that's whatever. But like,
Yeah.
for
Fair
me,
enough.
it's
Like I said, it doesn't bother me that much. It's just one of those things I notice, and
Oh, yeah.
it's a weird thing. It's a speech thing I have with people where I recognize certain phrases that they fall back onto a lot, and I try to not do that as much as I can because I mean I do it, but I'm saying I try not to because it's a thing that I know people get irritated with when they hear it a lot, and it always feels the same way. This is why mostly why I talk the way I do. I try not to speed up and go too fast because I know my brain isn't going to keep up with it, and I'm going to get tongue-tied and fucked up.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have
so
ADHD too,
always-
so I always talk
Yeah.
out my
Well-
fucking ass. Talk out my ass left and right. I can't pronounce names. I say shit, and I'm like, wait, why did I
I know
just say
you
that?
do. And we all
yeah.
mess with you about it.
I'm the same as
all the
Codations.
time.
Some people like it, some
Yeah.
won't. They'll either stay or they'll go. I don't care.
Yeah,
Like-
and that's
like I
but
said,
the thing is, it's been
Yeah.
like I said, it's hard to explain, but like I get what you're saying. I
Yeah.
completely understand that, and that's you're not the first person, and you won't be the last person. You know what I mean, to point that out or to say something because and it doesn't offend me whatsoever. I don't want you to feel
Yeah.
that way. It's just to me, it's hard to explain, but to me, I am who I am,
Yeah, fair
and
enough.
I don't and I enjoy that, and I don't want to take a medication, for my ADHD to change the way that I don't know, speak or talk and stuff. And I will tell you right now, I get annoyed with it. There's so many times where my mouth doesn't, like you said, like my mouth will outspeed my brain, and there's a lot of times where it hangs up. I'll hang up in a conversation, or there's a lot of times where I will
Yeah, I've noticed
I'll stutter, or there's a lot of times where right. But not only that
Yeah.
too, I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, I'm not that intelligent when it comes to words and literature and things like that. There's a lot of times I use words that have no freaking clue or no point to the conversation, but for whatever reason my brain told me to put it in there. I said that word in that sentence, and then that's what it is. And that's what I was pointing out to you guys earlier. You guys have done that a lot. And
I was gonna
my
say
wife-
me and him have both done that before with words that we didn't actually follow.
no, I'm saying you
yeah.
guys have done that to me, where you guys call me out on those words. Do you know what I mean? You've done it this
Yeah.
entire podcast, and like I said, and it's fine because that's just who you guys are, and that's how it works. My wife does it to me, all the time, and that's one of those things where I just can't help it. Like, unless if I
Yeah.
literally sat down, and did English and read books and tried, tried I don't know, maybe tried more in that department. I guess I don't know. I just deal with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's just
No,
it's
that's
what it is.
that's becoming something totally different.
Yeah,
No,
I was
like I
gonna
said,
say,
the reason
would
I
recommend that,
ask,
but that's just because I love reading.
yeah, no,
It has
I wouldn't
nothing to
even
do with either
recommend
one.
it.
Yeah.
I would recommend it if you
Well,
love reading. If you don't love reading, why the fuck would you
yeah,
torture
fair enough.
yourself?
Nope.
Yeah. So again, I get what you're saying, and again, just to clarify, because I want to make sure, like, it's not that like I'm attacking your words. It's just
No.
the words you use is the only way I can know that. You know, we can't read minds as humans. That's just impossible.
Yeah,
Right.
unfortunately.
So I'm going based off of words. So that's all I'm doing when I'm speak is I'm just trying to get clarification. I mean, that's
Yeah.
literally it's never anything personal or because I think you're
No.
saying something wrong or doing it a wrong way. I'm just, like when you like with the regret, word or whatever. I mean, it's just you're saying one thing, I'm saying, but this is how I understand the word regret. So I know that's probably not, and I even think I said several times, like I know you're saying, but I'm just trying to understand better
Yeah.
exactly how you're thinking or saying or whatever.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right. No,
So,
and
just
that's
to
what
make
I
sure
just said.
there's-
Like, and that's what I just said. Yeah, no, there is no confusion. I know you guys aren't doing it. I mean, I said that. I know you guys aren't doing it that way.
Yeah, I'm just
because
making sure.
you're
I know you said
reading-
that. I'm just
You're
making
giving
know,
right. You're
I'm
giving me. You're
confirming that.
giving me. Right.
Stupid thing to add on. You remember Mike, asshole Mike, not Mike the Egg. Only way I can
Sure,
remember.
sure.
Yeah, well, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Uh-huh.
He had this verbal tick that he would pull all the time, and I noticed it. And it was an irritating thing because what he would do is to give himself the time to formulate a comeback or a sentence, he would always ask somebody what. Anytime they said something to him, what? And then you'd repeat it, and in that time, he would have a pithy comeback or a sentence to make sense after that. And I always noticed it, and it irritated me because I could see him doing it. And it's like, okay, your comments are always really, really pithy and smart sounding, but that's only because you get an extra minute to come up with them after you say what, and I have to repeat what I said. And it was always, I mean, it never bothered me. It's just a thing that I noticed.
Yeah.
And I do this a lot with people. I can't help it. My brain works that way.
Yeah, I would say on that one, Wolf, I would probably suggest trying Codation's method of just not thinking about it ever again.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Because I don't think he's been around for like 7 years, dude.
No, I was just.
I'm just fucking with
Dude,
you. I
my
know.
brain is a
I'm fucking with you.
fucking trap. You know this. I've quoted shit that I've heard once fucking 20 years ago. 30
Yeah.
years ago, I'd have been like 2, and I don't remember shit.
Right,
from
right.
back
Princess says Codations is very analytical. Yeah, makes sense.
Yes.
Makes sense. I mean, I guess I don't know. I just, like I said, I just like, I guess my things will always go more towards the psychology of things or I will say right now, most of the time, if I'm talking about anything, it's probably going to go towards psychology. It's going to end up going towards, I want to know how you're thinking about something, or it's going to go towards good, bad, evil, just because of my being raised in religion. And so that's how I was raised. So I'm kind of like Codations. Anything that I say or think, I mean, I'm never set in my thoughts. I mean, obviously my beliefs are my beliefs, but I try to be pretty open-minded. But I just find it fascinating hearing how other people think and how everybody. So
That is always fun.
yeah,
I'm an armchair philosopher. I just come up with
yeah,
random
that sounds
shit.
me too. I'm pretty
Throw it
much
out
an
there.
armchair. I like talking about it, but I'm not smart enough to be like any of the actual good philosophers.
Yeah.
But with that said, we're going on 4 hours of the podcast. We're like 2-3 minutes from 4 hours of
Yeah, we are.
chatting, boys. That's crazy that we just chatted for 4 hours.
I can believe it, though.
Yeah. But it was super fun. I enjoyed it. Brenda says, woo! Super fun. Again, I know you said, but just to make sure. Yeah, I just like talking, man. So was never assuming anything, was never just asking questions because that's what I do. I like to ask questions. Princess says, I like these. Did you think it was good, Princess? The only thing I ever get worried about is that I'm going to offend people because I know I can, because I'm
Think
like
you're always
questioning
gonna
people's.
offend
Well, because
somebody.
I've always, like I said, the two things I always bring up is philosophy and like morals, basically. Like morality and
And
philosophy is
those
my
two
two.
things will
And
offend
yeah, like people, like because then people like think you're questioning their philosophy or their morality. And more so than not, it's actually that I'm questioning my own. Like I'm trying to always figure out, like, is my morality correct? Like, do I think like most other people think, or am I some crazy person? If that
I
makes
just
sense.
know I'm crazy and leave it at that.
Honestly, Princess, the beauty of the way that I think is at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because, or what everybody else says, even in the podcast, because I'm going to get off the podcast and I'm going to more than less anything that I don't agree with or, you know, don't see the same on, I'm just not going to remember or think about it anyways. And I'm going to continue doing what I normally do. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
like,
the best way to do it.
It doesn't, you know what I mean? So it doesn't offend me at all. You know what I mean? Like whatsoever. Now there might be times where you kind of might have noticed that I do get a little, you know, I don't want to say, is it passionate? Is that the best word? I don't know. I get it, not defensive, but I get a little bit like worked up on a topic more than others because like I'm like on a roll, you know, like I'm thinking about it. You
Oh
know, it's
yeah,
right there,
I get
you
the
know?
same way too.
You know, but it's not, you know what I mean, but it's not that I'm, you know, judging or, you know, or thinking that specific way. It's just I enjoy, you know, talking about it, and I do the same thing you said, Derek. I constantly think about, you know what I mean, like, well, was what I'm thinking correct? You know what I mean? Like, you know, the way that I'm feeling, is that correct? Or is this like something that I've just been doing my entire life or doing because I felt a certain way, you know?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, because you're right. Like you notice when, but I do too. Like sometimes I can feel it in my chest, and it's almost like, and again, it's not that I'm upset or offended or anything like that, but it's just like you believe stuff so much inside of your being that you're like, oh my god. Like I don't even know how to explain it exactly, but it's not like upset or anything. Like it's almost like a passion or almost like I don't know the word to describe it.
Passion would have to be the best word.
Yeah, that's the best word. I mean, that word fits for me, but.
Right. Well, it fits, but
But that's why I said. But yes, I hear that. But it can so closely be related to like somebody getting offended or not, because people can also get passionate with that. So that's why I'm always like, wait. Like I know you're not. I'm not saying you are any of these things. I'm just asking questions because I'm interested. So that's.
I think we should just stop saying those, and then we should just be like super ruthless.
Hell
We should
yeah,
just
dude.
know,
Let's just do it.
Like a full
I
podcast.
have a
and just be like,
funny,
I just
stupid
absolutely
thing
think
for
that's
this.
bullshit.
That is some bullshit, dude.
I completely disagree with you. Now sit down and shut the fuck up.
Princess Codations, you're great. Screw the haters. There's no haters. That's what I'm trying to say. There's just me trying to learn from other people.
Hey, remember what D when I told you the last stream? I told you that I was gonna snake her. She's already working.
I know, dude. Look, before she came to your live stream, watch for it, dude.
Yep.
That's how it always works, man.
Yep, slowly
it
but
always
surely
works.
she'll stop showing up for yours, and I'll start streaming. I'll start streaming on the same time you stream. So then she's got to pick.
Damn.
But I'll wait for a while. You know, I got to butter up, you know, a little bit further. You know what I mean? Like, because right now she would definitely, you know, stay with your stream. So I've got to keep on working on her.
Right. But see, now she knows your motive. She knows you're just working on her.
Oh,
to
but
try
see,
to...
that's the beauty, though. That's the beauty.
See, but
I can change
right,
that
but
anytime.
right. See, and here's, she knows my motive. My motive is, if she likes your stream better, I'm like, hey, go watch Codation stream, dude. I hope you enjoy it better, because I just want you to enjoy watching stuff you enjoy watching.
And then he's playing the good guy.
God,
But the thing is, I'm not playing. That's what I'm saying.
That's the best thing about it.
If someone doesn't want, I'm kind of like you. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. It's sound, but it's really a lot of selfishness too. It's that if somebody doesn't want to be here, I don't fucking want them here. Like, in a good way, but
I was here because I thought I had to be.
I was here because I thought I had to be. You do.
Fuck.
Same time next week. Actually, wait,
Yeah.
not the same time, because it'll be.
That was the text message I got off. You know, I mean, was I had to be here for this, and if I wasn't, it was what it is. That's what I told the wife anyway. I was like, babe, I can't do anything with you right now because I've got to be on this stream with Derek. That's what
You'd be
happened.
like, holy shit! I didn't know they were gonna be 4-hour longs.
No, she was
See, unlike you, I did have to be here. I got asked because I was the last resort.
No, that's not how. That's not
I'm
true
being an
either.
ass, don't
That's
mind me.
not true either. You're. I just know I can. You're. It's a compliment. You're the person I know I can
I
count on the
know,
most.
I know I was being an asshole.
I know,
I'm
but
good
I
at
always
that.
like making sure.
You're just the constant that will always be recommended last.
Not
You know what I mean?
recommended last.
But because we can rely on you, right?
I was gonna say I wasn't gonna be doing anything anyway. At most, I'd be playing some more Yakuza.
Listen, guys,
And I probably
I don't
could've
know
been
about
doing
you
that the whole
two,
time
but
anyway.
I had a great time tonight. I just want to say
Oh,
that
yeah.
for the record. Codations, if you felt me and Wolf were attacking you at all, I do apologize. Or if you
No.
feel like we were ganging up on you at all, I do apologize. Again, this stuff really does just intrigue the shit out of me. I mean, that like most of mine and Princess's conversation end up having to do with philosophy or morality, or it just intrigues me. And I say that because, in full honesty, like the first 30 years of my life, I've said this before, I was a shitty person, but I didn't realize I was a shitty person. But like now looking back, I'm like, oh my God, I was a shitty fucking person. But I didn't realize it, like, at all. Like, I was completely blind to the fact of how shitty I was. Like, it still shocks me to this day to sit here now and realize how shit. Again, I'm like you. It doesn't affect me. Doesn't, like, the past is the past. I can't do nothing to change it. It is what it is. I don't let it hold me down or anything like that. I don't let it depress me or give me anxiety anymore. I mean, I did when I had that awakening moment where I was like, oh my God, I've been a shitty person my whole life. That like first year was quite depressive because, you kind of find out you were a shitty person your whole life. You kind of, think of like the high school, not that I was the high school jock, but I'm saying like, think of like the high school jock that like thinks like he's the baddest person all through high school. Then he gets to real life and he realizes high school doesn't mean shit. And like his whole life crashes down. Like that was me, like, but in terms of my morality, like thinking like, no, I'm like the nice, it's always everybody else that's fucked up, man. And then like one day, like, oh
That's an
shit,
existential
I
crisis
am
waiting to happen.
an asshole. I'm a dickhead. That was me. So now it just intrigues me because I'm always like, well, maybe I'm still wrong.
Oh, so that's why he's bald. No.
Exactly. All right, but that's it for this podcast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Love your faces. Codations. If you don't know Codations, check his channel out. It's youtube.com/Codations. He makes a lot of mobile gaming content. Also been doing some Genshin Impact content lately. Makes some great stuff. He does some great videos. As you heard in the podcast, he is high energy. He does have ADHD, but that's why I fucking love the man and I love watching his shit for the most part. As he'll tell you, I don't watch every single video. Excuse me for not having a bazillion hours a day. Little bitch.
You don't have a job anymore.
Wolf, you can find him nowhere. He doesn't use social media. He doesn't have a YouTube channel. You'll find him lurking around whatever I'm doing.
Yes.
Ghost under the radar.
But Codations, what's your YouTube? What social media do you use? You want to throw in a tag? We are on all the popular podcasting sites, iTunes. So never know who's
Twitter,
listening.
Facebook.
Is it all
Instagram.
Codations? All of it?
Yeah.
Kodeation.
So,
Did I spell that right?
Yep.
later, guys.
Later, Wolf. Have a good one.
Yep.
So you can find him. He's doing great stuff. Went from like 0 to are you at 2,000 yet? Are you at 2,000 yet?
Zero.
Are you
No,
at 2,000?
I'm about to break 1,800 is what I'm about to
Damn,
break.
dude, nice. How long? How many months is that? Go ahead. How many months you've been doing this now? 6?
I'm clicking
7?
on YouTube right now.
4? I don't even think it's been that long, to be honest.
I'll tell you one
Yeah, I
second.
know, I
I'll
know.
go back to my
You know what we do need to do? We need to have an episode on the podcast where we like talk about like just your growth in YouTube and what you've learned. Just, I mean, there's a lot of people out there at 0 that would love to reach 1,800 subscribers and would love to just know, I think a lot of times, like when you talk to people that do interviews that have like 20, 30,000, 100,000 subscribers, they forget all this. They forget a lot of the stuff that it took in the beginning to grow them that first 1,000 or 2,000 or even first 5,000 subscribers that I think can help
Right.
a lot of. They're talking about
Very
stuff
first-
that. Go ahead.
My very first video was April 24th, 2020.
January, February, March, April. April 24th.
Yep.
So almost 7 months. 11/24 will be 7 months. So yeah, I think
Yep.
I said like 6-7 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that would be. We should definitely have a YouTube talk. Even it maybe it'd be boring for most people. I don't know, but it's my podcast and I would find it interesting. But another time of like even digging through some of our analytical data and stuff together, like that we did that one night, dude. Like even just review it. Like maybe that would teach other people stuff. Maybe it would show it. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Could be cool.
Are you still in the podcast right now?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know. I was like, I don't
We
know.
were ending it, but I'm just saying that would be cool in the future.
Continue talking and podcast keeps on running. I just want to make sure.
The podcast goes till I end it.
No, I know.
People
I was meaning that. I didn't know if you wanted me to continue to elaborate or not, but I definitely agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I think that would be of value to a lot of people. I know that a lot of especially content creators that are, starting a channel, maybe ran a channel at one point, gave up on it or whatever, never made it very far. I know a lot of them are interested in hearing that kind of stuff, and not only that too, like talking about transparency when it comes to channels. That's a huge market as well that a lot of people want to hear about.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. Like I said, you kind of always hear the normal from all the big guys, like, oh, you gotta have the great thumbnails and the great, but it's like, yo, when you're first starting out, it takes you 40 hours a week just to like figure out how to record a video and edit it. You don't got time to worry about thumbnails and titles and analytics, and you got beginner stuff you're worrying about, let alone all the stuff that comes later.
Yeah. Not to mention though, the other truth of that is there's sometimes a lot more. I mean, a lot more to than just that, because the standard shit doesn't work for everybody. There's people right now that have way more subscribers than I do, and their thumbnails are absolute garbage, and they've always been garbage. You know what I mean? So
yeah, for sure. Well, then we definitely need to mark that one down. That'll be a future podcast for sure, because that's something I'm interested for my own, again, selfish, but how can I bring other people value? But I'm just interested in hearing it, because you did it way of a hell quicker than I did it. I mean, I'm about to cross 2,200 subscribers, and it took me hell of a lot longer than 7 months. I mean, again, I've been making videos for a while on the internet consistently now, a year and a half. And I had already, when I started consistently at a year and a half, I was sitting at 1,000. So, or like 800, I think, actually 700 to 800. So I've pretty much made the same amount of subscribers you 18, because I'm at 22 now. So like 1,500, but it took me a year and a half of consistently doing this, whereas you've been doing it 7 months. So I feel like I got a lot to learn from you as well.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the short thing to that is gonna be, what's interesting is that makes me feel really good. And the reason why I say that, and that this is a selfishness thing, but it makes me feel really good when you say that, because I've had a lot of people tell me that, and sometimes I don't take that into consideration enough. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I still feel like I want more, do you know what I mean? Or it's not enough, do you know what I mean? And then I talk to somebody like you, or I look at other people that have tried their ass off for a year, you know what I mean? And then they compared their growth with my growth in such a short time. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe this is, really good. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because
I think you're doing great, man. There's not very, I will say this, and this is what I'll end it with, and then we'll end, because we'll have all these conversations on a podcast about this stuff. But I will say there's a lot of people that come through my channel over the last year and a half. A lot of people. There's a lot of people that have YouTube channels that are slowly growing them. There's a lot of people that claim this and that, but there's not very many people that I see that actually have the drive or actually are willing to dig deep and learn what they need to learn. And again, not that I'm by no means an expert. I mean, I just share with you what I learned, you share with me, but I'm saying there's very few people that really show that desire or drive or whatever you want to call it, that come through. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I have people come in and tell me like, oh, I want you to, review this video, watch this, help me out, give me some pointers. And then, 3 months down the line, they're doing the exact same thing. Their content hasn't improved one bit. Nothing's improved one bit. They're still not posting consistently. They're still any tip you've given them, they've not taken a one of them. Forget it. Yeah, you're right. Like, you take some stuff if it works for you, you throw out the rest. But then you got people like a year down the line, they ain't Well, I mean, I guess that's most people. That's probably why most people don't end up being successful. But anyways, another time for it. But I'm just saying, I think you're growing quick, man. I mean, crossing 1,800 in 7 months. I mean, can you imagine ending a year, 7 months? So you figure you got another 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 months to get 2,500 subscribers in your first year on YouTube. I feel like that's pretty damn good, dude. I feel like that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and like you said, and like I said, dude, that makes me feel fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like it definitely shines the light back, you know, in my corner. You know what I mean? Because dude, there's sometimes, dude, where I like, well, you know, I hit you up all the time. In
Yeah.
DMs. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I guess I do have depression. It's channel depression. There's so many times, dude, I fucking hit you up and I'm always struggling. So I mean, you know, again, like I said, thanks, man. I mean, you know, I mean, it means a lot because, like I said, sometimes it just shines the light back in my corner. You make me rethink it. You know, like, hey, you know, I did achieve this. You know what I mean? It is really good. You know, and that's awesome. So
Yeah. Princess says depression is really weird. I don't think he actually meant depression. He just means he gets like aggravated sometimes because maybe he secretly does, but I've never taken it as Codations having depression. I've never felt that.
No, I know. I was making a joke.
I know, but I'm just clarifying for Princess and everybody else and that might listen to this episode.
Doesn't see my DMs.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel I can learn a lot from you, man. Like I said, I mean, I by no means, you know, sometimes I always feel because everybody, you know, and like, I don't know why, but people come to me a lot for advice on YouTube, on Twitch. I mean, you do, Ryan does, Blazingwood, Yasuo did. You know, Princess, you know, when Princess first came into stream, she was, you know, I remember when she first started coming around, she's asked me questions about Twitter and my advice on this and that. And I was like sharing her about selling stuff and things like, but the truth is like, I'm learning all the time too. Like I like learn, like, go ahead.
I'm asking you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, yeah, okay, you're right. But you're saying you don't know why she is like that. You know why everybody's like that? Why they treat you like that? Because why? Because the guy on the fucking YouTube is like, do you want to know how to hook up your stream through OBS?
Oh, true. I mean, I like it. I like teaching people, but I'm just saying. No, I get that imposter syndrome. I never feel like I'm smart enough to give all this advice. Like even you asked me for advice, and in my mind, I'm thinking like, this dude's fucking gone from 0 to fucking 1,800 in 7 months. It's taken me a year and a half. Like, and even though everybody does it, you compare numbers, and not that I compare them, like, but I'm saying like, so then my mind, I'm like, damn, I suck. You know, not that I suck. I don't really think that. I love myself. Let's be honest. I think I'm amazing, but you know what I'm saying. And so like, I'm like, oh, I could learn so much from him, but then I feel stupid asking because everyone's always asking me for advice, and I don't know.
Yeah, but see, that's the same way with everything, dude. My content is the exact same way. I will play a game and I'll cover a game for a long period of time, and then guess what? All the new players that come loading into that game that funnel through my content on YouTube for that game, you know what I mean? They always hit me up for questions in the game. What about this? What about this lineup? What about this? Is this hero good? Blah, blah, blah. Even though sometimes I have no fucking clue. Dude.
I was gonna say that's the worst because the more you do this and the more then people like, dude, I get so many questions. Again, this should be a whole nother episode. I should just cut it here, but I gotta say, I get so many questions all the time where I'm like, what the fuck are these people even talking about? Like, and I'm not saying they're asking stupid questions. I'm saying like the more like knowledge I learn in this field of streaming and the more info I give out to people, the more comments I get from people and I realize just how much shit I don't know about. I'm like, oh, I have no fucking clue. But it kind of helps because then I research that stuff and learn that stuff and
boom, boom, another video.
Yep. True, exactly, true. Because then I mean, it keeps me learning and keeps me pumping out content. So, but right. I almost think pumping out content for other people is kind of selfish because, like I said, I would not know what I know today if it wasn't for me pumping out beginner tutorial videos that then people ask me other questions that then make me have to go and research shit so that I can know what the fuck I'm talking about. But anyways, all right, that's it for this podcast. As you guys can see, we got a lot of shit to say about YouTube. So make sure you subscribe, follow wherever you're watching, wherever you're listening. I'll have Codations back for sure. He'll definitely be one of the regulars on podcasts unless he eventually gets sick of my morality and psychology talk and never comes around. But other than that, he'll be around unless he decides not to be. So, so we'll see you guys next time. Again, just a reminder for the lives of this on twitch.tv. You can find it by going to omgitsderek.tv. And they will be switching to Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time starting this next one. So this next one will not be next Saturday, but the following Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Princess says, yay, Codations. Have a great night, guys. You as well, Princess. Everyone else who might be in the chat that just ain't chatting and stuff. I saw a couple names in the chat. Love y'all. Neats Quarry, thanks for the follow. Right before we end, have a good night, guys. Love your faces, Codations. Thanks again, man. Have a good night, brother.
No problem. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
You too. Peace out, everybody.
Ah.